Good evening, CCS community. This is Board President Adair, and I am calling the May 5th regular board business meeting of the Columbus Board of Education to order. Mr. Treasurer, will you please call the roll?
President Adair,
Present.
Ms. Beckerly,
Present.
Mr. Brown,
I'm here.
Mr. Cole,
Here. Good afternoon.
Dr. Pierce,
Present.
Mr. Ragland,
Here.
Vice President Reyes.
Here.
You have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. At this time, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance given by Raina Mitchell from Independence High School.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, of liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Board members, you have the agenda that was sent to you. We have a regular agenda this evening. We're going to have student presentations. We're going to do board recognition. We're going to also have public comment. We do have one person scheduled for public comment this evening. We will have reports from the superintendent as well as the treasurer's office. And we have 2 board matters to discuss. And then, of course, the consent agenda with various items. We will end with board announcements, and there is no executive session this evening. Any questions or comments about the agenda? Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer, will you call the roll?
President Adair,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Cole,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you so much. Because we have some of our students this evening who are going to be doing presentations, we're going to take them a little bit out of order because we have one who needs to get back to her job. So I'm going to turn it over to the superintendent to introduce our student ambassadors so that we can hear more wonderful information about our schools.
Thank you, Board President Adair. I am happy that we're going to have 3 schools that are going to present tonight. The students from Independence High School, Cos, and Whetstone High School will inform the board and the public about what's happening at their schools during this COVID-19 pandemic. They're going to talk about online learning and some of the other exciting things that are happening. So we're first going to start with Independence High School, and we're going to have Raina Mitchell and Sophia Ba, followed by Cos, Michaela Anderson, and last but certainly not least, we're going to have Samuel Furcom from Whetstone High School. So we'll start with Independence.
Good evening, President Adair, Vice President Reyes, members of the board, Madam Auditor, Treasurer Bohoric, and Superintendent Dr. Dixon. Today, Sophia and I are going to give a few highlights about our school, also how virtual learning has affected us during this time. My name is Raina Verde Mitchell. I'm a senior student ambassador, and a little more about me. I'm a student athlete, president of the student council, secretary of the National Honor Society. Some things I do outside of school: iWomen, Link Crew, and Yearbook Club. My biggest accomplishments this year would be getting accepted into the Ohio State University main campus, also winning 2019's Homecoming Queen.
Hello, board members. My name is Sophia Ba. I'm currently the sophomore student ambassador at Independence High School. I'm involved in iWomen, which is a leadership program, student council, and PBIS club. I'm very involved in student life, such as volleyball and softball. I have maintained honor roll and super honor roll my freshman year, and this year I have gotten super honor roll my sophomore year. I recently got accepted into the Fort Hays nursing program, and I'm currently taking CCP classes. Our school is the only school that has a motto: integrity, intelligence, and involvement. Integrity, which is having strong moral principles; intelligence, which is being smart and getting your work done; and involvement, which is being involved in student life. Being a part of clubs or a sport or even student government helps you choose what you want your fellow classmates to do. We have so many different classes offered at Independence High School, like humanities for freshmen and sophomores, which is basically honors, English, and history. My favorite class at Independence would be African American Studies because I love learning new different things about my culture. Shout out to Mr. Ron at Independence High School. Independence High School has a lot of school spirit. Even though we're a uniform high school, we still dress down every Friday to help support the athletic department. We have pep rallies in the beginning of the year to help support the coaches and the players on the team. Our school has a lot of clubs such as Yearbook Club, LGBT, Video Games Club, NHS, Student Council, iWomen, iMen, Cultural Club, Pick It Up, and PBIS. These past couple of years, students became more involved in student life. A couple of the clubs were started by students who wanted that club to exist. This year, Independence decided to let a couple members of Student Council join PBIS to help plan pep rallies, honorable field trips, and give their advice on student life. Independence recently got a new gym, and man, it's nice.
Throughout this year, our school as a whole had accomplishments. A few of those was our homecoming walkout, game, and dance. We had our annual blood drive, which was led by NHS, which we exceeded 25 units the first and second time. We also had our annual Black History program. Both the blood drive and the Black History program was majority student led. Fun fact, we are the only school that holds senior speeches every Monday. To elaborate, a senior speech is a 5-minute speech that seniors present in front of the entire school. English, it takes place of an English final grade, so we don't have to take a test. It also gives seniors an opportunity to develop public speaking skills and take it on throughout life.
Virtual learning. Virtual learning has given us a new, different way of learning. We students are still trying to adapt to how to communicate with each other outside of schools. The teachers are trying to adapt to the new systems such as Google Classroom, Admentum, and Clever. It's hard, but we're still getting used to it. The most difficult part about being a student during COVID would be the virtual learning. I'm a very hands-on and visual learner. I prefer learning with a teacher that are explaining what to do. So it's kind of weird because we're all getting used to teachers' office hours, work being due at a specific time, like around 11 or 12 at night. The most difficult class, in my opinion, will be chemistry because I'm still getting used to the platform, which is Admentum. Every other class I'm currently passing, but chemistry I'm not doing so fine.
Virtual learning has its pros and cons. A few cons will be remembering to check Google Classroom every day. Even though Google Classroom has been a part of our curriculum throughout the year, it's still hard to check it every single day. Also, I attend Fort Hays Career Center and my homeschool, so I receive an overwhelming amount of work. So staying on top of that could get a little difficult. I'm also a visual and kinesthetic learner. So math is probably the most class I'm struggling with right now because I'm not used to asking my teacher for help every once in a while when he gets a chance. Some pros will be taking this experience and applying it to college. I know I'll probably have 1 or 2 classes online, so this will help me become a proactive college student. I also get to set my own sleeping schedule. So being able to wake up whenever I want is pretty awesome because teenagers need a lot of sleep, more sleep than babies and adults. Also, I get flexible hours at work. My peers and I, some of our families got laid off of work. So being able to help provide comes in handy. I also don't have to worry about school rules and regulations. I'm a person who likes to eat while I'm doing my work. So being able to eat, concentrate on my work without a teacher telling me to put my food away is also awesome. And that concludes our presentation. But before that, we have something else. 76er pride in the eye,
Integrity
intelligence.
and involvement. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Independence. I don't know, board members, didn't know if you have any questions before they leave. If not, we just go to Kaz. Okay, so next up, Kaz. Michaela.
Okay. Good evening, President Adair, Vice President Reyes, members of the board, Madam Auditor, Treasurer Bahoric, and Superintendent Dr. Dixon. I would like to thank you all for allowing me this opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Michaela Anderson, and I am a junior proudly representing Columbus Alternative High School, where our motto is where academic excellence is the standard and not the exception. Our school is led by our principal, Mr. Daryl Sanders, along with a number of staff and faculty who are dedicated to prepare us for college as well as life after high school. The main goal of CAUSE is to be focused, rigorous, challenging, yet accepting of all students who enter our doors. Our staff values students being active participants in their own learning. As our students progress from freshmen to seniors, 98% are bound to graduate. We also have a high retention rate for those students that go to college and graduate. Unlike other schools in the district, we are the only school that offers the advanced program and the International Baccalaureate program. The IB program, starting junior year, allows our students to become open-minded thinkers who can become knowledgeable in different areas of cultures and global ideas. The IB learner profile molds us to be inquirers, knowledgeable, thinkers, communicators, principled, open-minded, caring, risk takers, balanced, and reflective. This is beneficial because it allows us to promote change in a world we wish to live in. Aside from our well-known academics, we have a diverse population allowing students to be themselves. We offer a wide number of clubs and activities and even allow students to voice their ideas for new ones. A few examples shown are Amnesty Club, our concert band and jazz band, Robotics Club, LGBTQ+, and Chorale. This slide is only a portion of the wonderful ideas our students have come up with. Due to the unforeseen circumstances regarding the COVID-19 virus, it has been quite a change for the staff and students. As I touched base on previously, the IB program has allowed a smoother transition to an online curriculum since it is guided by the IB standards. Other platforms such as Zoom, Google Classroom, Edmentum, and the student emails have made it easier for teachers and students to contact each other quickly and efficiently. This has allowed 85 to 95% of our students to remain engaged as we continue through the rest of the school year. On the next slide, I will show you a short clip of a video the teachers and administrators have put together that is filled with words of encouragement to keep us going.
Families and staff, this is Miss Lewis sending you a little bit of love. I hope you all are taking care of each other, staying engaged with your coursework, and just being CAUSE. We miss you. I can't wait.
Hey everyone, it's Miss Smith. Hoping you and your loved ones are happy, healthy, and safe during these times. I know how resilient you are, and I know that we're all going to come out better people from this experience. So I'm sending you all the good vibes, and I can't wait to see you again. Bye.
Our staff has made the initiative to frequently check on the students and ensure their answers regarding schoolwork and life in general are answered. They have also been considerate of students in different circumstances that need more aid during these times. Despite some downfalls we face during this transition, we are always taking the initiative to make things better. As I conclude, I would like to share that we have learned how important it is that our students and faculty build each other up and build relationships to keep each other lifted up as we continue our journey to academic success. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. Nice job again. So we have Independence, Kaz, and last but certainly not least, we have Samuel from Whetstone.
Good evening. All right. Good evening, President Adair, Vice President Reyes, members of the board, Dr. Dixon, Madam Auditor, and Treasurer Bohoric. My name is Samuel Frumkin. I am a senior ambassador from Whetstone High School, and I am here to tell you how we're doing. I'd like to start out by looking back. Oh dear. I'd like to start out by looking back on some of our school's accomplishments from this year. From the second quarter on, Miss Hurley's ARC 3 class began a project to give our school a makeover in the form of multiple murals. The mural shown here is showcased in between the library and the main office with imagery that encompasses all aspects of what Whetstone represents: diversity, the arts, athletics, academics, and expression. There are many other murals being added to the rest of the school with concepts revolving around music, nature, and diversity. The murals did not get finished before the stay-at-home order was put in place, but we have full intention on continuing to work on them as soon as we can. Whetstone's theater department kicked off the year with the production of the comedy play Almost Maine and was on track to debut Beauty and the Beast as their spring musical. It was early May 2019, about a year ago, that the theater department announced the musical we would be putting on this year, with tryouts being held as early as this past December. So it's something that has been in the making for a while. But as they say, the show must go on. Our cast for the musical came together virtually to perform the hit song from Beauty and the Beast, Be Our Guest. Here is a virtual performance of that now.
We invite you to relax. Let us pull up a chair as the dining room proudly presents your dinner. Be our guest, be our guest, put our services a test. Tie a napkin round your neck, Sherry, it will provide a rest. Sweet as your outdoor while we only live to serve. Try the grace of
It's delicious.
Don't believe me, ask the dishes. They can sing, they can dance. After all this, this is France. And that dinner here is never second best. Go on and hold your name. Take a glance and then you'll be our guest. Be our guest, be our guest.
Give her good, she's a flavor and good enough.
Prepare and serve with flair of culinary cabaret. You're lonely and scared, but the banquet's all prepared. You're gloomy, you're complaining while the flappers entertain. Some do tricks with my fellow candlesticks. You're stressed, it's my dying week. Suggest
All right. And I think that is a great example of how Whetstone is maintaining positivity through everything that's going on right now. Now that CCS has shifted from in-person education to virtual learning, Whetstone has seen numerous strategies on how to keep the spirit alive. Two seniors, Hassan Sese and Niran Normand, created the Instagram page WHS Seniors 2020, which has showcased over 50 of our senior classes' decisions on where they're going to college and what they're going to be studying. The I Know I Can team reported that over 140 students are going to college this fall from Whetstone as well. When we asked what inspired them to make the account, Hassan and Niran said, "We wanted to honor the seniors due to the lack of events because of the pandemic." Since the creation of the page, a stronger sense of community has been established through peers congratulating each other in the comment section of each other's posts. Additionally, through this account, it is easy for students to see who is going to the same school as them, which could set up friendships in the future. Another method of keeping the Whetstone spirit alive has been the social distancing events had over the past month. On April 20th, the class of 2020 drove to the WHS parking lot where the stadium lights shined for 20 minutes and 20 seconds in honor of our amazing class. Similarly, on May 1st, WHS students held their first ever parking lot prom, in which students dressed up in their prom attire, drove to the Park of Roses, and blasted their music in their cars. Participants were in their cars and practicing safe social distancing protocols during these events. Senior class president Mitchell Gauntz stated, "While no one could have planned for a worldwide pandemic, seniors are distraught by what the coronavirus has taken away from them. However, because of Whetstone's strong community, there are several ways that seniors, parents, and faculty have been working to make the class of 2020's senior year spectacular. Parents and friends all over Columbus are adopting seniors online to mail or personally give them gifts to support their seniors for all of their achievements. The PTA even asked teachers to deliver yard signs to the seniors' houses that say, 'Congratulations to the Whetstone class of 2020. And over 30 teachers responded to the call for help in less than 2 hours. Given that it is Teacher Appreciation Week, I want to emphasize how amazing that last point is and say thank you to all of our teachers who are doing the best that they can considering everything that's going on right now. I want to say thank you to President Adair, Vice President Reyes, members of the board, Dr. Dixon, Madam Auditor, Treasurer Bohoric, and Miss Mia Pruitt for giving me the opportunity to show you how Whetstone is staying better, staying bold, and staying brave. Thank you.
So I just want to say, I get excited when the students speak. Again, this was very intentional. Students, you did amazing. You talked about how resilient you are, how this online learning is elevating your opportunities to learn online in college. And you gave us performances and your presentations, all three of them were absolutely wonderful. Again, to the board and to the public, this is what we Columbus City Schools value, and that's giving students agency and opportunities to advocate for themselves and to showcase the work that they're doing across the district. So again, students, you did an amazing job. I'm a happy superintendent again, and I look forward to our meeting next Monday to debrief and talk about some other things. So I'll give it back to you, President Adair, if you want to have, and the board want to have any comments before I transition.
Students, as always, you did an amazing job, and thank you, Dr. Dixon, for bringing this component, especially now, of the student voice to our meetings. I think it's so important for the public to understand where our students are and to showcase just how amazing you are and how resilient you are, and all the wonderful things that are going on at your school. I know that we have a little chat going on, so students check that out. Everyone is saying you did an amazing job here, and I know that people on social media are also commenting. So congratulations. I don't know, board members, does anyone have anything really quickly to say? Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say thank you so much for the student presentations. I too appreciate your voices greatly. I especially was very impressed with, I think it was Ms. Ba, who shared her vulnerability and it was a couple other students who shared their vulnerabilities about what they're struggling with currently with their classes. So if there's anything that we can do to figure out how we assist that, this is what we're here for. This is what the administration is here for. I want to make sure that you don't lose sight of that, that we figure out a way to get as much supports to you as possible to help you get through this tough time. So I appreciate your vulnerability as much as your strengths.
Thank you, Board Member Cole. Dr. Pierce.
Thank you, President Adair. I just want to briefly commend all of our students. What these presentations showed is that we continue to have learning during our online academy, that we have a rich diversity of courses that we offer at our schools, of clubs. So as I heard our students talk about their Black Studies courses, and I'm sitting here near my Black Studies books that I teach my college students, and I heard about our LGBTQA+ groups. It just warmed my heart. So again, I commend you all. I commend our Columbus City Schools for, again, the rich diversity of what we do both in and outside of the classroom. Great job.
Thank you so much, students. We're going to now move into board recognition. And as one of our students mentioned, this is Teacher Appreciation Week, but we also have a lot of other weeks and days to appreciate. So the board decided we would put together a thank you video to say thank you to all of our wonderful CCS grown-ups, professionals who are every day working on fulfilling our mission. So hi CCS community, it's Board President Adair, and we have a lot of CCS grown-ups that work hard every day to fulfill our mission. And in the months of April and May, we have a lot of recognition days and weeks celebrating you as wonderful professionals. So the board members and I decided to put together a little thank you video to show our appreciation for you.
Hi, I'm Ramona Reyes, Vice President of the Columbus Board of Education. While we often thank our teachers every day, it's during Teacher Appreciation Week, May 4th through the 8th, that we like to pause and really show our love for our teachers. Teachers encourage our students, celebrate their achievements, and are committed to delivering the best curriculum while still supporting our families. We may be away from our teachers right now, but please know you are appreciated. Thank you on behalf of the Columbus Board of Education.
Board Member Pierce here, and I'm joined by
Lois Carson, Oaksey State President, as well as President for Columbus School Employees Association.
And we'd like to thank all of our bus drivers for Bus Driver Appreciation Day.
Hats off to Local 336, the entire Transportation Department of Columbus City Schools.
And we brought a couple of friends along to say thank you as well.
Thank you, bus drivers, for safely getting me to and from school every day.
All the bus drivers that helped us get to school.
Appreciate all the bus drivers that drove us to school.
Thank you. We love you.
For all that you do.
Hats off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, this is your Columbus City School Board member Michael Cole. You know, April 22nd was Administrative Professionals Day. I want to say thank you to so many who are working in our offices as secretaries, coordinating schedules, you know, handling day-to-day affairs, even taking phone calls. You know, you're also doing other great things, like working with our kids in classrooms as instructional assistants. Hey, watch now, standard deviation is going to be...
I got it.
Hey, she's got it. You know, you're also handling other calls of duty, right? And look, it may not be things like this, but we appreciate all the work that you're doing for our staff and students in Columbus City Schools. And you know something else? We're all in this together.
May 4th through 8th is Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week, and we sure do love our substitute teachers here at CCS. Whether you are a one-day sub or a long-term substitute, you are vital to how we provide education to our students.
You give our teachers an opportunity to do professional development, have a sick day, or just take a mental health day. We love you so much and thank you for being a vital member of our team.
Hello, my name is Carol Beckerly and I'm a member of Columbus City School Board. May 1st was School Lunch Hero Day, honoring all those who work hard every day to make sure our students receive healthy meals. When I was teaching, you all were my heroes, not only because you worked so hard to make sure our students received healthy meals, but also because you took the time to get to know our students, to care about them, to welcome them, and set a positive tone for the day. Never underestimate the positive impact you've had on so many of our children's lives. During this pandemic, you've continued to inspire us, risking your own health in order to make sure our children don't go hungry. Our community owes you a debt of gratitude. Thank you.
Does anyone know what important birthday we celebrate this Saturday, May 12th? Florence Nightingale was born 200 years ago that day. Hello to our wonderful nurses, our hardworking, smart, compassionate school nurses. I'm Eric Brown, and I'm honored and excited to celebrate, recognize, and thank our CCS school nurses on National School Nurse Day, held each year on Wednesday of National Nurse Week. Our school nurses protect and support our students in times of crisis, serving on the front lines and helping to identify student health issues. Our current pandemic highlights your critical importance. Kathy, you and your team are magnificent and we love you. For all of us, our parents, students, staff, and community, thank you.
Hi, I'm James Ragland, here today to give special recognition to all of our principals. May 1, 2020 began Principals Appreciation Week, and it is my duty to say thank you to all of those folks, ladies and gentlemen, who lead our buildings, our students, and our teachers on a day-to-day basis. You all do yeoman's work in making certain that our schools are up and running, they're safe, and our academic programs are not just functional, but are moving young people forward throughout this district. I'd be remiss if I did not recognize the three principals that really played a key role in my life: Mrs. Eleanor Deloach, Dr. Marvinia Bosley, and Dr. Jerry McAfee. You all, along with our principals who are working diligently every day to ensure our students' success, are really what it means to be educators. We thank you for all that you do and enjoy your special week.
April 21st is National Librarian Appreciation Day. Librarians help you find books, resources, and assist our students with their schoolwork. Whether it's books on self-help or my favorite, Ramona Quimbley, they're always there to help you. On behalf of the Columbus Board of Education, please know librarians are important to us and we thank you.
It's also Public Service Recognition Week, and we want to thank all of our CCS grown-ups because each and every one of you are proud public servants. Hey CCS community, will you hashtag RCCS and share your appreciation for any of our CCS grown-ups that we've highlighted today? We sure do appreciate all of you and the work that you do every single day to meet our mission. Thank you so much.
I'm going to thank the board members for that. We have President Caniglio and President Mills who are here to say a few words on behalf of the professionals that they represent. I see President Caniglio is up first, so I'll turn it over to you.
President Adair, Vice President Reyes, and honorable board members, on behalf of the 4,000 dedicated professionals, I would like to thank the board for its appreciation. As many of you know, our teachers have been working especially hard adapting to distance learning and teaching. CEA members are going above and beyond to make the Columbus City Schools Virtual Academy happen for our students. Amidst an unprecedented pandemic, despite their own childcare and family challenges, CEA educators continue to volunteer their own resources and time. Teachers have had to turn on a dime to figure out a new way to teach Columbus students. They are providing daily instruction, answering countless parent emails, and helping families understand the virtual platforms in order to sustain learning during this time. Our counselors, tutors, OTs, PTs, speech pathologists, nurses, media specialists, coordinators are all finding innovative ways to support our students. Columbus Education Association professionals have and will continue to rise to the challenge to meet the needs of our students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of your members. And we'll have any questions from the board in a moment. Let me have President Mills.
Good evening. Thank you, President Adair, Vice President Reyes, members of the board, Superintendent Dixon, Treasurer Bahorek, and Madam Auditor. On behalf of all of the administrators in Columbus City Schools, I'd like to thank you for this recognition. That was a fantastic video, and all of your support of our work. It is especially meaningful during this new era of education where we are redefining how to lead from a distance.
Thank you so much, and to all the members of your association as well. And I know that we have State President Carson, who was not able to join us today online, but I know that she sends her thanks, and she appeared in Dr. Pierce's video. So we thank President Carson and all the members of her association as well. Any board members want to add any comments? Okay, well, thank you so much. And everybody, please do hashtag RCCS, and let's thank all of these professionals for the work that they do for us every day. Thank you so much. Okay, we will now move on to public comment. We are taking public comment during our virtual meetings. Notice was put out, and we have one participant. She will have 4 minutes to speak, and her name is Leanne Rubadoo. And the topic she will be speaking to us on is the grading policy for final grades. Board action requested. She would like the board to come to a final decision for the final grade. And I will turn it over to Board Liaison Nichols, who I believe has Ms. Rubadoo on the phone.
President Adair, the speaker is on the line. Ms. Rubadoo, you have 4 minutes. You can go ahead.
Thank you. My initial concern was that the district had a grading policy in place at the start of the school year, and teachers communicated to our students and parents how the final grade would be determined. But then it appeared the district was going to switch to percentages only, which would have negatively impacted many students, especially those who may have experienced trauma and done very poorly one grading period. Ultimately, some students would have gone from having passed a course to failing the same course. While I know these are unprecedented times and we, along with all other Ohio school districts, must make changes, I think it is very important to make sure anything previously communicated to parents would still hold up. For this reason, I believe Dr. Klein and her committee got it right when they stated teachers could still determine grades with an adjusted quality points calculation, which still includes having to pass a minimum of 2 grading periods. I know some staff members and board members are concerned with students not having the option to count their 4th quarter grade and their GPA and quality points calculation. I would point out, however, that students who have been consistent all year would not need this option, and those who had a bad grading period always have had the option to work with their teachers and complete flex assignments to improve a previous quarter's grade. Therefore, I'm not sure this needs to be an option. However, I'm sure most staff would be open to this, provided students still have the option to receive the higher of the 2 grades, percentages, or quality points as calculated from grading periods 1 through 3 only. While this was never officially adopted into board policy, most staff did not realize that and communicated this to their students. I believe if we do not offer this option, there will be a lot of complaints from the community. To those staff who want students to be able to count their 4th quarter P as one of the 2 passing grading periods for quality points, I would again mention it may make more sense for those students to complete flex assignments and improve a previous grade instead. Under the new quality points calculation for 3 grading periods, a student could essentially pass with a D and a D minus, where over 4 grading periods, they would need to obtain a minimum of a D and a D plus. In order for the P to count as one of the 2 grading periods, a student would have to have passed the 1 grading period with a minimum score of a C minus, Otherwise, the students would need to opt to take a letter grade for these quality points to be calculated. Therefore, I'm just not sure this option is really needed when the students could complete flex assignments. I feel the more options we create, the more money the district will be spending to have Infinite Campus write the codes to calculate all grades correctly. And I do believe we must spend this money in order to reduce human error. Ultimately, whatever the decision, I urge you to please make it tonight so that staff can communicate to their students accurate information in a timely manner regarding their grade, and so that Infinite Campus can create the necessary reports before it is too late. I also urge you to make sure there is a clear document sent to all teachers, counselors, and administrators directly from Dr. Dixon at the same time, so there is no confusion or misinterpretation of the policy from building to building. Please include in this document clearly outlined the number of quarters which must be passed in each situation, 2 for quality points, but only 1 for percentages. Show the quality point sliding scale that was in board policy at the start of the year so staff can clearly see a student does not need a D and a D plus, but rather a D and a D minus to obtain enough quality points to pass a class. Explain all 4th quarter grading options. Give a clear deadline for students to state if they want to earn a letter grade, if we are going to allow that option, and indicate if Infinite Campus can determine the final grade in all scenarios, and verify that the district will set up all teachers' grade books in Infinite Campus to eliminate possible error. In the interest of time, most of my examples were focused on passing versus failing, but there are similar examples for all levels of work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rabideau. Board members, do you have any clarifying questions or comments?
Madam President.
Mr. Cole.
Thank you so much. My question is more to the administration. What flexibility are we offering at this point in time that helps give clarity? And I do realize that as per our last board meeting, we did extend the 3rd quarter, but I do realize that there was an issue with time challenge to really get that information out on a broader scale so that folks knew that we offered that and offered the opportunity to make up flex assignments or make up previously missed assignments. I even tried to utilize that with one of my students. So if you would, please feel free to give us some clarity on what exactly are we offering as flexible terms to raise a GPA, improve a score, so on and so forth. Thank you.
Madam Superintendent, I know that we have a presentation later this evening from Dr. Klein on this. I don't know if you want to wait for to address that.
Yes, I think we should wait to the presentation with Dr. Klein after the PDK audit presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you, Ms. Rabideau, for coming and speaking with us this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will move. We're actually, board members, we're going to have the treasurer's report first, since the PDK audit is going to be about an hour presentation. So we're going to have our treasurer first present the 5-year forecast. So we are, if you will allow it with flexibility, going to item 7.1 in the agenda, the May 5-year forecast.
Thank you, President Adair. Just as a matter of point of order, if you will, I was able to see the screens and Dr. Pierce was waving and I don't think you saw her hand. So if I'd be glad to wait a minute if you want to recognize Dr. Pierce.
Thank you for that. It is challenging watching all of your pretty faces and watching the chat. So I apologize, Dr. Pierce. Go ahead with your question.
Thank you, President Adair. So my question is simply, and the communication that goes out to the teachers, are they given various examples of how grades can be calculated based upon the comments that were shared? Is there a scale that they're given? How is the policy actually communicated to them, and are they given examples?
Thank you. We'll keep this question. It'll be answered when Dr. Klein presents after the PDK audit.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that. And so now back to you, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay, thank you very much. And I will begin. Hopefully that worked just fine. Was sharing my presentation with all of you. So this evening, I'm here to present for you to you the 5-year forecast, the May update, if you will, to the 5-year forecast. This forecast covers 3 years of actual results, fiscal years 17 through 19. The actual forecast is comprised of 5 fiscal years 20 through 24. And then, as you all well know, I like to trend an additional 3 fiscal years out to give a much longer term picture of district finances. So that covers fiscal years 25 through 27. I always begin my forecast presentations trying to lay some context around forecasting and the environment within which you forecast to some of the challenges that we face. And this May forecast and the environment that we're in right now has definitely presented some challenges. This is one of my favorite quotes, that the forecasting is always very difficult, especially if it's about the future. You know, our legal requirement is to adopt a forecast by November 30 of each fiscal year, and then update that forecast between April 1st and May 31, which is what we're doing right here. And the update is comprised of certain events, significant events that occur between those 2 periods of time, and just give you a better picture of what that forecast would look like. From the Ohio Department of Education, they provide guidance on how you read a forecast. I always like to share that. These are some of the, I thought, noteworthy points that they make. This is truly, we're making a painting of the future based upon what we know today, just a snapshot of what we know today. And the further out we go, the more likely it is that our projections really won't come true, that actual results will deviate from what we see into the future at this point in time. Many events can occur that impact later years, and you'll hear from me in just a minute that in fact it can impact the very year that we're in. And this process is designed to help and encourage district management to engage in looking out into the future and identifying when challenges will arise. And you'll hear me later talk about some of the leading indicators for us in terms of calling us to action and make some financial changes to the projections for the district. Lots of variables are involved, from what's going on with property taxes and state revenues and local revenues to expenditures in terms of inflationary expenses and programmatic changes, and just numerous variables that we have to make some assumptions about. And we have some good processes in place on the expenditure side relative to what we do with a 5-year budget that feed into this. But there are a lot of assumptions that we have to make. And I always close this section by saying a snapshot our forecast is a snapshot of what we know today, coupled with a long list of assumptions about the future. And this is all subject to change, and probably never more so than today. At the governor's 2 p.m. conference, press conference today, he announced that there will be state budget cuts. And the one that we focus in on is obviously the budget cut that has been requested in the K-12 funding line. He announced today that there'll be a $300 million reduction in K-12 funding. And during that conference, I and Dr. Roush, while we were watching the press conference, began to run some very quick calculations, and we all got together and put our heads together, Dr. Roush, me, the controller, Mike McCammon, and our budget director, Scott Gooding, to begin to look at, what would be our best guess as to the impact for fiscal year 20. They have not told us yet a district by district breakdown, but I can say that if you look in the aggregate of what the state funds K-12 education, which is about $8.5 billion, and of that we receive a little over 366 million. So 4.3% of that is what that's our participation in that funding. So if you look at the 300 million and believe that just simply if it was done on a pro rata basis, that would be an impact of reducing our funding yet this fiscal year between now and June 30th of pretty close to $13 million. We don't know that that's the number yet, but again, we have to make some assumptions and some guesses and begin to think about how that might impact the district. We don't know anything about fiscal year 21 yet. And so we're just waiting to hear more and more about what the state budget is going to look like in the years to come. So I just wanted to give that rather current update to what happened this afternoon at 2 o'clock and how that has set in motion some conversations within top administration to assess the impact of that and decide what, if anything, we need to do in reaction to that reduction. So a lot of conversations yet to have, but I just wanted to let you know that with that announcement, we did focus immediately on trying to make some guesstimates, if you will, as to what that impact would be for the district. And on to the May 2020 forecast. I always like to bring you up to date because that's the purpose of this May forecast, is to highlight the changes that have occurred since we last did a forecast in November of 2019. First of all, we've got some good estimates for end of year fiscal 20, or at least we did until they decided to cut our state revenue at 2 o'clock this afternoon. And just keep in mind too, I'm doing this preparation of the forecast back in March, prior to the closure and the pandemic situation that we now face. I presented this to the Finance and Appropriations Committee on April 15th, and you get to see it now on May 5th, and then it will come before you for an action item on May 19th. So we are at least 2 months from when I first began to prepare that. So anyway, we've got an end of year estimates for 20, and we made some adjustments to the future years based upon not only the end of year estimates, but also the budget process that was just completed. And again, that budget process, may be thrown into some turmoil now that we're looking at some harder data on what's going to happen in the future relative to state budget numbers. So, but in any case, we got through the budget process and those numbers feed in on the expenditure side. So, and I'll walk through this line by line, hopefully getting through it in a timely manner, because I know we've got a lot going on. But as I presented this to the Finance Committee, I wanted to draw their attention to the relative contributions each line item makes to the overall picture, whether it's a revenue picture or the expenditure picture, just so that we can kind of put in perspective the dollar amount in each line item and its impact overall, and where I like to focus. And it's clear from this chart that we have two major revenue sources: property taxes and the state foundation program, making up 91% of our overall revenue. So those are the two areas that I focus on at a high level. Things that impact those two line items have the greatest impact on the district. Not that the other 3 or 4 categories aren't meaningful, but their overall impact and changes that occur there aren't nearly as significant as what might happen in these 2 line items. And to try and quantify some of that impact, I presented to the committee kind of this picture of what the contribution is on a percentage basis, but also if there's a 1% variance in those line items, what's the overall dollar amount impact, either positive or negative, that would be contributed from a variance in those categories. And as you can see here, that this revenue forecast could be 99% accurate and still have about a $10 million variance one way or the other, depending upon the direction, but it would still have a $10 million variance even if it's 99% accurate. For each line item that I felt were represented some changes from the November forecast, I shared with the committee, and I share with you now, several different displays. This one brings together the 19 actual numbers, what was in the 20 spending plan, fiscal year 20 spending plan, and that is the month-to-month spending plan against which we measure our monthly results and are reported out to the Finance and Appropriation Committee in terms of our monthly financial report. What we included there in the November five-year forecast, where we stand year to date, and this is through March, and then what we estimate for the end of fiscal year 20. In terms of property taxes, you see that not much variance at all, but probably most noteworthy is we actually believe we're going to end the year a little under what our original plan was. That's typically not the case. Typically in our conservative forecasting, we tend to end the year overestimate on most of the revenue lines, but in this case, very close, but still under. This highlights the changes in this line from the November forecast. So you can see that there was on average, a couple of $1 million decrease in each one of those years. Not significant on a percentage basis, but still an adjustment that I've made based upon the most recent experience we've had. And I also provide in the corner there just a pictorial representation of this line's relative contribution. Again, focusing your attention on the big line items. So you can see here, property taxes contribute about 54% of our overall revenues. Graphical display of what this line looks like in terms of the projection. You'll see back here in 2017 and 2018, back here in 2017 and 2018, that kind of bump in the graph is due to the 2016 operating levy. But other than that, very flat growth in property taxes over the life of this forecast, primarily due to the impact of House Bill 920. Moving on to state aid, as you might recall, when we received state aid for this current state budget for fiscal year 20 and 21, the basic state aid remained flat at FY19 levels, and the additional dollars we received were the Student Wellness and Success Funds that were actually being recorded in a separate fund outside of the general fund. So you can see here that we're running at about just under $360 million in the forecast in November, and that's what we estimate we'd be pretty close to that to the end of this fiscal year. I did make one adjustment that is actually COVID-19 related. Because we know the state revenues will be down, we are anticipating a reduction in the state. Actually, that's been confirmed now. But what I did back in March was decide to pull out the $2.5 million that we receive in casino revenue due to all the closures, and I felt that was at least a small item that I could remove to reflect the current situation that we're in. Other than that, not much in the way of adjustments on state revenue since November. Very flat line projection for state aid. This is pretty much in line, at least back in March when I was preparing this with some of my colleagues. None of us anticipated any increases in state aid throughout their forecast. And now that we've got the 2 p.m. news today, we were talking, and those forecasts they're all over the place, but we don't, until we hear from the ODE, we won't know exactly how to adjust this line going forward. Property tax allocation is the rollback and homestead exemption that we received through the state. This number, I changed my modeling on this number a little bit, but it's generally in that $30 to $36 million range. Looks like we're going to end the year just under $36 million. Some downward adjustment in it, just in some of my modeling. Again, not largely significant in dollar amount. And this, as a reminder, represents 4% of our overall revenue. You can see here that there was a decline during 17, 18, and 19, and that was primarily due to the fall off of the reimbursement for the loss in personal property tax reimbursement. Now it is going to stand pretty much around 35, 36 million throughout the forecast, as far as I can see. Other local revenues, and this is the line item that we often talk about at Finance and Appropriations Committee. This is where we have investment income, pilot payments, and whatnot. Difficult to not only project, but also hard to hang your hat on some banner years like 19, where we received some significant dollars above plan. I have adjusted that upward. As you can see here, for 20, we believe we'll end about 6.3 million better. And I have increased the estimates in several of those individual line items out into the forecast about 2.5 million each year. So there you see the spike in 2019, little spike in 2020, and then we level it off at just under 30 million throughout the forecast and the trend. This chart brings it all together so you show you all the changes line item by line item since the November forecast. Overall, during that 5-year period, there was just a $10 million downward adjustment in total revenues for that entire 5-year period, or just 0.21%. So very minor changes since the November forecast in revenue. So what total revenues look like, it represents a 0.8% annual growth rate from fiscal 19 through fiscal 27. Moving on to expenditures, again, to draw your attention to where the bulk of the dollars go in terms of what we spend. And you can see 66% on personnel related items, salaries, wages, and benefits. And then charter schools and the scholarships, Ed Choice and the Autism Scholarship and John Peterson constitute another 20%. So you'll see there that just under 90% of our expenditures are in those two categories, and that's pretty much where I focus my attention on looking at variances and their potential impact on our bottom line. Again, looking at what a 1% variance in these line items would represent, you can see that if this expenditure forecast is accurate at 99%, it too would generate just under a $10 million variance. So if you couple the two of them together, you can see how during a forecast in just 1 year, we can see a $20 million movement in cash balance one way or the other, just because actuals don't match up with what we projected, and a very small variance range of only 1% in both categories. We look at personnel. You see this number, interesting to note here. In November of 19, we hadn't yet decided on how we were going to handle the student wellness and success funds. And since that time, the decision has been made to recode expenditures from the general fund over to the student and wellness and success fund. So you'll see the difference here between the November 2019 forecast and what we have estimated here for the end of the year. That's in part about 16 million in expenditures for student wellness and success funds that we're going to recode. I've also in personnel removed 5.8 million a year in the Cadillac tax that was in the previous forecast, and the Cadillac tax has been revoked, so we don't have to include that. And that crossed over all the years. So you can see here that coupled with the 11.8 million in FY20, and then 5.2 million additional in student wellness and success funds in fiscal year 22, plus the 5.8 million coming out for Cadillac tax, it all adds up around the 22 million reduction that we see. And then that, due to some growth factors, carries forward into the future years and results in probably it is the largest change since the November forecast. Still see here the personnel numbers will rise over time. It's about a 4% growth rate from fiscal 19 to fiscal 24. These numbers include the base increases of 3% through fiscal year 22 and 1% thereafter, plus somewhere in the range of 2.2 to 2.25% for step increases. This forecast also includes as parts of the staffing plan with an increase in FTE. It's 92 certificated positions and 67 classified positions in fiscal year 21 and 5 certificated positions in fiscal year 22. So that's all encompassed in this forecast. On the purchase service side, this is exclusive of charter and Ed Choice and the scholarship numbers. You can see that we had a plan of about 64 million. And we're coming in at a couple million less than that. And when this is charter and Ed Choice, you can see here pretty much in the 200 to 210 million range. We're going to end this year at about 203 million. Put them all together, see how those changes have occurred over time, but still pretty steady, just in that 250 million range. These are the changes by line. Purchase services show the without charter and scholarships show the largest change, the drop in expenditures of 9.2 million in fiscal year 20. 21, 22, 23, and 24 are based on the budget numbers that came out of our budget process. I did adjust them for historical spending patterns. So on purchase services, this represents about 80% of what was in the budget items that will be appropriated in June, or at least we think they'll be appropriated in June. So I wanted to make this a little bit more like a cash document. So this does reflect those changes there and indicate some of the reductions from the November forecast. Very little change in charter since the November forecast. And again, this represents about a 4% growth rate through that same time period. Supplies and material, very small portion of our overall budget. You can see we've dropped down the scale to tens of millions of dollars, and this is running right around 18 million. Interesting thing here is that what we projected to spend in fiscal year 20 is almost identical to what was spent last year in fiscal year 19. Supplies materials, 2% of our overall expenditures, some minor reductions there, but again, running in that about $23 million a year, at least forecast. That bump of $5 million is due to a line item for textbooks that's been plugged in for each one of those years at about $5 million. So you can see that jump demonstrated right here as we go from 18 million in 20 up to 23 million in 2021 projected. I did supplies and materials too, just as a reminder. The historical spend on that's about 90% of budget, and I've adjusted these numbers for that as well. Capital outlay, an even smaller portion of our budget, as you know from our discussions about capital planning and my presentation with the millage committee. Most of the capital budget is outside of the general fund. This is a small amount in that $2 to $3 million range. It has been increased, at least the budget requests are in there to increase those out in 21 and 2022 and 23, but relatively unchanged, and again, a very small portion of our overall budget. This looks like the numbers vary wildly, but it's only because it's a small number and of the scale. You can see here that we're dealing with single-digit millions of dollars, and as opposed to hundreds of millions of dollars for things like personnel and some of the revenue line items. Our other objects are primarily comprised of county auditor and treasurer's fees, audit fees, and the deduction from our foundation amounts for the ESC. This is pretty steady at just around $10 million. Minor adjustments here since November. Nothing noteworthy here, just an upward inflationary growth factor. Operating transfers out. Thing to note here is that you should remember in fiscal 19, we made a couple of transfers. One was $30 million for the Dominion North Brookhaven realignment, and also a little over $800,000 for support of the radio station WCBE. Changes since November. The only thing here is that I've included in the out years the additional transfer for WCBE of about $700,000 a year, and we're under discussions about the future of the radio station during our budget discussions. Just graphically what the forecast looks like. Obviously, you see the bump in 2019. When we get out to 2025, $3 million in debt service that's included in this number that we transfer from the general fund over to debt service to pay for bus purchase debt. That ends in fiscal 24, so it drops down in 25. And the drop here in to 26 is that I only ran the subsidy for WCBE out to 2025. So it drops off there in 26. Like with the revenue, here's all the line item changes and their contributions. You can see that the personnel item is the majority of the changes that have occurred. Overall, through the 5-year period, we've reduced those expenditures, those 5 years worth of expenditures, by $140 million. $125 million of that's in the personnel line item, and just under $100 million of that is due to the treatment of student wellness and success funds that we handled differently, or we didn't know how we were going to handle them back in November, and now that we do, we've made that adjustment. The important thing to note here is that we assume that The student wellness and success funds continue. They continue to be funded in a separate fund. They continue to be funded at least at the levels that we received this year and next year. And should anything happen to that funding mechanism, the impact on the district would not be really on a revenue side. It would be on the fact that those expenditures would roll back into the general fund. And the question would be is if they change the funding mechanism, will revenue also come with those expenditures? If not, if for some reason the funding for the Student Wellness and Success Fund activities ceases, and in 21 we don't receive those revenues but are still carrying those expenditures and they have to come back in the general fund, it would cost the general fund forecast about $84.5 million in this forecast period. This graphical representation indicates that we're growing at about 3% from fiscal year 19 through fiscal year 27, which is a compilation of all those line items I just discussed. This attempts to bring it all together and show you, most importantly, down at the ending cash balance in the right-hand corner, that in November we had projected about an $84 million deficit position in fiscal year 24, but as a result of these changes, the vast majority of those are related to expenditures being reduced. And as I mentioned, it's the Student Wellness and Success Funds. We're slightly positive at $46 million. You can see here, this is revenue and expenditures, and the excess of revenues over expenditures or deficiency. The key to note here is in particular fiscal year 21, when we begin to spend more than we bring in. We are a cash business and we focus very much on what our ending cash balance is. And we have some key points that are kind of like our leading indicators. First of all, as I've just mentioned, when revenues begin to fall short of expenditures and we begin to spend down our balance, that occurs here in fiscal year 21. And then we also talk about a 30-day cash balance. And what I usually do is I draw a line on here representing 30 days cash, but this year I've decided, because it's going to be more in line with the policy that we're looking at, and that is if we reserve our cash balance for 30 days cash. In essence, we'd have a true cash balance, but also then a reserved ending cash balance. And I prepared that for the committee and share it here. This blue dotted line is just our actual cash, but adjusted and to reserve a certain portion of that for 30 days cash. And what it shows is that when it's reserved for 30 days cash, we actually see that drops negative in 2024. It would be the same as drawing a line on here and you'd see that 46 million drops below that line. But this will probably be the way we look at it in the future and begin referencing a reserved cash balance. The other takeaway from this graph is that this downward sloping line that represents cash balance is not sustainable. We really can never experience this over here where we go negative. We have to do something between now and then to prevent that from happening. And that line is curved, which means that the deficit accelerates, the growth in that deficit accelerates. So it's the same as the graph that I always present. It seems that we do inevitably head towards that declining cash balance. As I mentioned, some of our early warning indicators, expenditures begin to exceed revenues in 21. That was the same situation for the past three forecasts in October of 18, May of 19, and November of 19. Our ending cash balance drops below 30 days cash in 24. That's 1 year later than in November. It dropped in 2023. But with these adjustments that we've made, we picked up a year in that. In this forecast period, which is 20 through 24, there is no negative ending cash balance. Fiscal year 24 was negative back in November, as I told you, and 25 is the projected year that we'll first have a negative. And this is a good reason why I trended out 3 years to get a longer term picture to see, when do we hit that negative situation. So now what are some of our unknowns and uncertainties and what isn't included or considered in this forecast? As I told you, really the only thing I've adjusted for is casino revenue. and that's very minor. It's $2.5 million out of state funding. When I wrote this, it was before today's press conference, but certainly what isn't included in this forecast are reductions for fiscal year 20 or 21 or any year beyond that in terms of state funding. There was some conversation or rumor out there that we might lose student wellness and success funds, that would represent a reduction. I think the governor made it pretty clear today at 2 p.m. that won't be the case, that it would be a basic aid reduction. And again, my estimate for that's 13 million this fiscal year, but we have to wait. Apparently we're going to hear within 24 or 48 hours, we should hear from ODE or the governor's office what those numbers actually are. Again, fiscal 21 still an unknown. The state biennial budget discussions begin next spring, spring of calendar year 21, and that'll be for fiscal years 22 and 23. And we don't know how that will pan out, especially in light of the economic recession issues that we might face because of the pandemic. You may have heard earlier this week that Franklin County requested and received a delay in when tax bills will go out for second half. I think it's about a 45-day delay, but I believe that bills, instead of being due around June 20th, should be due around August 5th or the first week in August. What that does is it simply pushes my collections out about 2 months, where I'm assessing the impact that might have. And I'm also contemplating and in discussions about accessing some borrowing options in the event that this, coupled with some other, like the state reduction, creates a cash flow problem for us in the first months of next fiscal year. So we're modeling that. We're watching it. We talk about it every day. So, but this cash flow impact hasn't been factored in here, and probably won't really impact the forecast because it's not a month-to-month forecast. But it might create some borrowing expenses for us in fiscal year 21. Equally important is what happens in terms of current unpaid or delinquent taxes. When we get to paying a tax bill, this is like any other bill when folks are out of work. Are we going to see an uptick in the number of unpaid tax bills for the second half collection? I don't have any estimate for that. In theory, I would expect that to happen. I had conversations with the county auditor and learned that for the residential taxpayers, about 48% of those are escrowed and paid to us through what we call bulk payers, the escrow agents. 52% are paid directly by individual taxpayers. So I would expect that escrow goes fine. People have been making their mortgage payments. It would be those individual taxpayers that may have some difficulty in meeting their obligations. But I really don't know how to even begin to estimate that. We're modeling just some arbitrary increases to see, what kind of magnitude, what the impact of, 1% reduction or a 10% reduction in that collection could mean. I think if we've got, economic issues here, they're not going to resolve immediately upon reopening the state. And so this issue could continue on into 21 and have an impact on first and second half calendar year 21 collections. So again, unknowns, not sure how I can model it. I can measure the impact of some assumed increases in paids, but we'll have to wait to see what the second half collection comes about. One of the collateral issues to delaying the property tax collection, while it helps taxpayers across the board in terms of having a couple of more months to wait before you pay your taxes, but it also delays getting me the information about what that second half tax collection actually ends up being. Typically, I'd know by August whether we were short or long on the collection. And now it looks like I probably won't know till late September or early October how that second half tax collection pans out. So I can't really react to a shortage because I don't know what it is, and I'm not going to know 2 months later. So again, it's uncertain, and that uncertainty has been delayed 2 months. On the expenditure side, lots of potential increases. You know, what's going to be the impact of expanding and continuing our online learning? What's school going to look like next year? The impact of physical distancing. Someone shared a picture of me of some classrooms in China where the individual student desks are wrapped in like a plexiglass enclosure, you know, that we're doing, you know, like we're doing at grocery stores, a barrier between the individuals for the social distancing. I don't know what that's going to look like, and we haven't been able to put any costs on that either. And you know, what kind of programming or scheduling changes might be impacted for the start of school year. Again, you know, on the financial side, these are just, you know, kind of conjecture items for me, and I know academically there are task force formed to discuss this and work on this. As always, these are three items that I always throw in. Academic program changes. You've got several reports tonight about the academic programming that will impact what we do. Will those changes involve additional costs? Could be. We always have collective bargaining throughout this forecast period. And as you well know, we have a millage committee that's discussing not only an operating levy, which would impact this forecast, but we're looking at potentially a capital levy to address some of our facility needs. So that's the long and the short of it. Quite frankly, as I've always said, the forecast is subject to change. And quite frankly, I know that this forecast has already, we could already change it. But we have that option later on as we learn about some of the significant changes that will impact not only this year, but the next year. We use this as our modeling tool. So at some point in time when we have the more firm data, we can come back to the board like I did in December of 16 after we knew the levy passed. I came back to the board and recast the forecast and had you approve an adopted one. Whether or not you approve it, you can certainly see the impact and you know, as we model these changes for you. And then all of that will feed into my work in August when I begin to prepare the November 2020 forecast. So it's a living, breathing document. It just so happens that in this environment, and today in particular, there was a major event that had some impact. So I can answer questions hopefully for you. This will come to you next month as part of the consent agenda for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Dr. Pierce has a question.
Thank you, Treasurer Borick. I have just two quick questions for you. The first one is, are there any discussions around projected decreases in anticipated pilot payments for us in the immediate future, next 6 months to a year?
No. No. The answer is no. I don't have any projection of that. And quite honestly, that is a line item I really haven't thought about that being an issue. It would be a good question to bring up with council. Those are typically at the corporate level. You know, they're corporations, not individuals that are engaged in that. But great question. I quite frankly, I haven't really thought about looking into that, but I can.
Okay, I would appreciate you just looking into that, and if there's anything that we as board members can do to help that conversation, please let us know. My second question is this. As we look at the impact of COVID-19, we see that several universities have permanently closed. Have there been any conversations or discussions about potential charter schools closing and us being able to recapture students into our district?
I have not heard of any, but one of the questions we do have is in this $300 million reduction to K-12 funding, what's the impact on the deduction or the state funding for charter schools? And I don't have an answer for that, but I've not immediately heard of the impact being such that a school would close.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Okay. Oh,
Board Member Cole.
Okay, thank you for that. Very quickly, there was some time ago that we did discuss, and thank you so much for that question, Dr. Pierce, particularly on possible negative implications to pilots. There was some conversation some months back about possible legislation to come out of the General Assembly that could impact that on a negative end for us, giving enterprises, if you will, commercial enterprises, the opportunity to change their tax valuation, and creating a very stringent process for us to be able to go after those payments. If we were to misfile something or not cross an I or dot a T, or vice versa, that could possibly negatively impact us and we lose revenues that way. I know that Dr. Roush might be able to have some idea on where we are with that at this point in time as made the treasurer. But I do know previously there was discussion about that as something that could possibly be an adverse effect on our ability to draw down pilot dollars.
Yes, and before Dr. Roush, if he wants to step in, let me just say that you're absolutely correct. It's really legislation around the procedural aspect of Board of Revision activities and the filing of requests by taxpayers to reduce their value, and our ability and our work that we do to protect our tax base, to make sure that any reductions in the tax base are warranted by arm's length transactions, proper property evaluations of the value. And you're absolutely correct. The legislation is designed around making it more onerous for us to participate in that process. And quite frankly, our response will be that if any of that happens, it'll just be more hoops for us to jump through, and we'll have to have a process to do that. And I would hope that we would be able to maintain our activity in that and our work in protecting the tax base. Unfortunately, some of those additional hoops may increase the cost of doing that. And I won't speak to the motives of those who have pushed forth that legislation, but we have no intention of not continuing to make sure that property is fairly and accurately valued for all property taxpayers. In this particular case, our activity is only with commercial and industrial properties and non-owner occupied revenue generating like apartment buildings. Good point. And I don't know if Eric wants to mention legislation. I don't know what the current status is of at least one or two different bills relative to that.
Thank you for the question, Board Member Cole. In short, the General Assembly has been out since March, much like everybody else has. That bill is currently the House bill. It's over in the Senate. Not heard the Senate taking action or taking up any committees here in the near term. We'll continue to monitor the situation to see, where that bill may go. There's not a lot of time left. Obviously, the General Assembly has a couple of dates left in May and June. They'll probably break then for the fall. This is one of those things, unfortunately, that is ripe for lame duck. So we'll have to continue to be very diligent. We will continue to work with our partners in the various educational organizations, as well as with legal counsel, who also has been helping us monitor this piece of legislation. We've got a nice group of individuals and kind of a collective that's continuing to work on this particular issue. So we will continue to do so, and I will continue to keep you updated.
Additional questions? Okay, thank you, Stan.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to report, and also your understanding about the uncertainties and variables and how things won't necessarily turn out how we plan. So thank you very much.
Okay, so now we will move to the superintendent's report. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, President Adair. I would like to start with some important updates and information. First, as I mentioned during my report at the last board meeting, remote learning continues for Columbus City School students. Our buildings may be closed, but our educators are busy engaging with our students through the CCS Online Academy. This may be Teacher Appreciation Week, but we don't need an official recognition to understand how absolutely critical our educators are to keeping students connected to the classroom virtually. This is certainly not an easy task, especially when many of our teachers and families, teachers and staff have families of their own to care for. To all of our teachers, we see you and the amazing work that you're doing, not just during the current crisis, but throughout the school year. Our teachers are the heart of the district, be it in the classroom, online, and for sure that I say a heartfelt thank you. Heartfelt thank you. I also encourage our students and families to send a message or a note of encouragement to our teachers to show how much you appreciate their work. Sometimes a small gesture can go a long way, and we want to show our teachers that we care. I also want to recognize the many important groups of staff members that were included in the video we played earlier. Our bus drivers for getting 40,000 students safely to and from school each day. Our school nurses and health services for looking after the health and well-being of our students. Our administrative professionals for the unwavering support they provide on a daily basis. Our librarians for supporting our students and teachers and making sure they have the resources they need to teach and learn. And our principals for providing leadership and creating a welcoming student-centered environment in each of our school buildings. Today has been designated as Giving Tuesday now, a global day of giving and unity as an emergency response to the unprecedented need caused by COVID-19. I would like to say thank you to all of those individuals, businesses, and nonprofit partners who have donated their time, effort, and resources to come together in this period of crisis to help our communities. Columbus has been a leader in showing that we are all truly in this together. During this time of remote learning, we have been able to track the number of students who log on to Clever, the main hub for our online learning resources. At this point, we know that 69% of our students have logged onto Clever, and we are sure that many more are logging on through the individual platforms themselves, which is more difficult for our staff to track at this time. One way to increase these engagement numbers is to help eliminate possible barriers, one of which we know is access to technology. We held a second round of Chromebook distributions from April 21st to April 27th at our Central Enrollment Center to get more devices in the hands of students. After this second round, we have now distributed more than 19,000 computers to our students, nearly 17,000 households, which include more than 30,000 students. They now have access to at least one district-provided Chromebook computer at this time. If any families are still in need of a Chromebook computer, they should reach out to their student's principal for instructions on how to obtain one. We're also working on solutions to help families with internet access. On the agenda tonight for the Board of Education to consider is the purchase of additional 1,000 hotspot devices from AT&T. Last month, we purchased 600 hotspots from Verizon through our partnership with I Know I Can. Tonight's additional purchase will allow us to reach more families who are in need of reliable internet access during this time of remote learning. If any family is in need of a hotspot device, they should reach out to their student's principal for more information. Also on tonight's agenda is a new endeavor with industry partner Air Force One. Our Career and Technical Education Department and our Adult Education Program are working with Air Force One to develop the first multi-generational commercial HVAC training program in the state of Ohio. With the support of Ohio Health, Nationwide Insurance, Worthington Industries, Workforce Development Board, Ohio Means Job, and United Way of Central Ohio, we will provide our students with the state-of-the-art training, including a robust internship program. This industry credential pathway will provide career opportunities for students and district residents to move into middle-class wage jobs that are recession-proof and provide vital services to area business. The median pay for an HVAC professional is $45,000 a year. We look forward to the opportunities this new partnership will provide our students and the community. The Families First Coronavirus Response Act of 2020 provides the Secretary of Agriculture the authority to approve state agency plans for the implementation of a temporary program called Pandemic Electronic Benefit Transfer, or PEBT. This program provides families who are eligible for free and reduced price meals with Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP. SNAP benefits in the amount of $5.70 for each day a school is closed due to COVID-19. With schools in Ohio closed through the end of the school year, this is estimated to be $300 per child. The benefits are provided on an electronic benefit transfer card that is mailed to families, which they can then use to buy food at a local grocery stores. All children who are eligible for free and reduced price meals are eligible for these benefits. Not only children currently receiving SNAP benefits, since Columbus City Schools participate in the Community Eligibility Program, where all students receive free breakfast and lunch, all enrolled students in our district are eligible for this program. The PEBT cards will be mailed to the families of our students, or if the students are already members of a SNAP household or part of another program issued on an EBT card, the PEBT benefits will be issued on the household's current EBT card. Tonight's agenda includes a resolution before the board urging you to support the need and request for additional funds from the federal government. Last week, I signed a letter along with 61 of my superintendent colleagues from the Council of Great City Schools to urge Congress to approve new funding for local school systems in the next coronavirus supplemental appropriations bill. My colleagues and I have asked the federal lawmakers for financial support to help offset the unexpected costs our districts are incurring in the wake of school closures during the COVID-19 pandemic. In the letter to Capitol Hill, our organization called for additional federal allocation of $175 billion in education stabilization funds to be distributed to the local level through Title I. The letter also urged Congress to provide additional $13 billion for IDEA, this Individual with Disabilities Education Act, $12 billion in additional Title I program funding, $2 billion for E-rate and emergency infrastructure funds that include public schools. Our community relies on the tireless efforts of our teachers and staff to educate and grow our students. We need to be proactive in seeking the critical funds necessary to support the needs of our students and staff as we move through these uncertain times. Last week, we hosted an online town hall to address questions from the class of 2020. District leaders and I answered questions by our student ambassadors and viewers on social media regarding graduation requirements, senior fees, prom, commencement plans, and more. The full video and written transcript are available on our website at staysafeccs.org. Our senior task force continues to discuss on how we can best honor our students in the class of 2020. The big question on everyone's mind is, what are we doing for graduation ceremonies? I don't have all the answers tonight, but we expect the task force to have their decision in details in the near future. This is difficult, but vitally important, that the task must balance the safety of our students, staff, and families, and health guidelines with our desire to appropriately celebrate our students. We're taking the time to develop a thoughtful approach that will meet both of these requirements, but safety would take priority in any decision we make. And I look forward to providing more details in the coming days. And finally, I would like to introduce Dr. Roseanne Stripling, who was the lead auditor for our curriculum management audit conducted recently by Phi Delta Kappa. The team of experts from across the country visited our school district in December to interview a broad base of stakeholders, observe the work in our school building, and examine the many documents and artifacts related to the curriculum being taught in Columbus City schools. Dr. Stripling will provide a comprehensive look at their findings tonight. We are also planning for a second date this month to come back to the board to discuss the recommendations and how they connect to our work moving forward. So as a new leader, I felt it was important to conduct this type of assessment, which allowed an organization to come in and investigate to see what was happening in the many different schools and classrooms across the district. We know there is great work happening in a number of areas, and the audit confirms that. But we also know that there are areas for growth and improvement, and we are committed to using these findings and recommendations to inform the work that is needed to make these improvements. The audit covered more than just the taught curriculum. It also covered our operations and governance and how each supports teaching and learning in the classroom. The recommendations from the audit are not meant to be implemented and accomplished in 1 year. As we will hear from Dr. Stripling, it typically takes a district 4 to 5 years to fully implement the recommendations. For CCS, these findings and recommendations will play an important role along with the education and visioning of our portrait of a graduate work, as we look to begin a comprehensive strategic planning process in the fall. So as I wrap up the first year of my superintendency here in Columbus, my vision is focused on the long-term health and sustainability of the organization. Nothing you will hear from the audit findings can be solved overnight. Our team has already started some of the work identified in the audit, but in order to truly address the areas for improvement, our district needs to work together over the next coming months and years to implement the strategies and practices that will most benefit our students and set them up for success. So with that, Madam President, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Stripling.
Hello there. Can everyone hear me? I'm assuming you can. Dr. Dixon, it's good to see you again. I hope everything's going well with you. President Adair and members of the board, thank you for inviting me to join you tonight. It's been interesting sitting through this board meeting. It's been a good while since I've done that. Board Member Coe, I was watching your video, and I wish that Zoom had a transport function, because I would transport you directly to Waco, Texas, where you could give me a haircut. I'm in desperate need for one. And I see that you've got some skills. So we're all living and having to adjust to these times, aren't we? Dr. Dixon, I thought your introduction to the audit was quite good, and actually it stole a little bit of my thunder, which is good, so maybe we'll move through this a little quicker. But what I would like to do tonight, let me go ahead and share my screen, because I do have a PowerPoint. And as I'm doing this, maybe you can still hear me. I'll go ahead and talk. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. What I would like to do tonight is to give you kind of what I call the Cliff Notes version of the curriculum management audit. Hopefully you've had a chance to at least read the executive summary of the audit, if not the entire 430 something pages of the audit report. Maybe our conversation tonight will connect a few of the dots for you. But before I start specifically on your audit pieces, your audit report, I'd like to share some important points about the audit process. I know this was agreed upon before some of you were even elected to the board. So number one, I want to reiterate what Dr. Dixon has already said. This is a curriculum management audit, meaning that we didn't just look at curriculum per se, but we looked at all functions of the district. Everything that the district does to promote teaching and learning for students. Second, the audit report is an exception or deficit report. That's important for you to recognize and for you to hear now. You won't find a lot of accolades, and you probably won't find any accolades in the report. That's not our intent. Only findings that reveal gaps between where the district is and the desired state of condition. And I want to publicly compliment the board and the superintendent for having the courage to move forward with this audit, knowing that it's not going to be pretty. But you know, I'm a big fan of Jim Collins, and if you're aware, if you're familiar with his book, especially the one Good to Great, you know that he says sometimes to improve, you have to face the brutal facts. So that's what the board and the superintendent has been willing to do, and I think that you're going to benefit significantly from it. And lastly, this is a system audit. It's important to understand that the system is the unit of measure. We don't look at particular campuses. We don't want to shine the light on particular campuses or particular positions or people in the audit. We look at how the system is organized to improve teaching and learning. So, although most people think of the audit work as being the on-site visit, which was in December, as Dr. Dixon said, the work that the auditors do starts well in advance, way before we ever show up to the school. In fact, I say that it's about a 3-month process. My husband says it's about a 6-month process, because he sees me continue to work on the audit before we come to campus, before we come to the district, and then certainly after we finish. So the visit really is only the tip of the iceberg. A word about the audit team. Dr. Dixon mentioned that too, but there were 18 of us. And just for credibility, all 18 of us have been through hundreds of hours of training in the audit process and spent years of experience in public schools. We've all taught. We've all been administrators, all the way from assistant principals to superintendent. So we've been where you are. We've done this work. And we're not just a group of folks who read a book and have come to your district to tell you what we think you ought to do. People often ask, well, what actually is a curriculum management audit supposed to do for us? Why do I need it? And I can tell you that districts who are good and want to be great, districts who are great and want to be greater, all kinds of districts recommend or ask for curriculum management audits because they want outside information or help in how to get better. So before I go into your audit report, I'd like to give you some idea about the purpose of the audit. First of all, as you can see here, the audit is intended, or the audit report is intended to provide both internal and external stakeholders of the district with feedback about how to get better. Or how to improve student learning. That's the core business of the school, is teaching and learning. That feedback comes in from the perspective of district practices that you're currently doing that you need to amend or stop, and district practices or practices that you're not doing that you should begin doing. I think I jumped forward here, so let me go back here. And all of that information is manifested in what we call findings. And we'll get into your findings individually as we get into your audit report. But the most important section of an audit report is the recommendation section. Very specific instructions to both the board and the administration regarding how to address each of the findings. And as we go through the abbreviated findings tonight and recommendations, and they are very abbreviated, I want to focus at Dr. Dixon's recommendation. I want to focus on how you fit into this. A lot of it is going to be the administration's role, and I know we have administrators who are joining us tonight too, but a lot of the responsibility in moving this audit report on is the board's. So those are going to be recommendations, and we'll address those. So how do we go about determining these findings? What do we do? Auditors collect and analyze data from 3 major sources, and you can see those on the screen. We look at documents, 500 plus, and really I would accent the plus, policies, curriculum, meeting minutes, memoranda, unit plans and planning, efforts of planning. We interview folks, critical people to the function of teaching and learning are interviewed. And then we conduct site visits. And you can see the pink text on the screen indicates specifically, and some of these are not specific, sometimes they're just close to the number, approximate numbers. As I said, we looked at over 500 documents. We interviewed face-to-face 187 people while we were on site. And we even had follow-up conversations, cell phone conversations with some folks after we got home. We conducted online surveys for which we had 1,176 responses. Those were surveys of campus administrators, teachers, and parents. And we conducted 836 classroom visits in 61 campuses. So you can see we got a lot of information. I'm sorry, this is moving, has a mind of its own. So we collected a lot of information. And what we did though, and this is an important point, before we came to conclusions, we triangulated the data before we transported that information into findings. The foundation of the audit is the belief that if we want all students to learn, that not just those who come from middle or upper class families, we absolutely must create and teach an aligned curriculum, an aligned written, taught, and tested curriculum. In fact, that is the number one, or one of the number one, if not the number one research-based beliefs, findings that are within the scope of the school to adjust. You know, some things we can't do anything about. We can't change the economic status of children, but we can be sure that we're teaching every child an aligned curriculum. so they have an opportunity to learn. And if people say, well, do you teach to the test? Your response should be absolutely yes, we teach to the test. We would be foolish if we weren't teaching to the test. That simply means, and this is moving on without my moving it. If you don't teach to the test, then you're going to be shocked when the test comes along and students are not able to perform as you would like for them to. So we need an aligned, written, taught, and tested curriculum. And that's the basic fundamental construct that underpins the audit. The audit of 5 standards, all of which are very important, but in kind of a sequential order with regard to how they build on one another. The findings, as I mentioned, are nested under these 5 standards. And as I introduce each of the findings and the standards, I'll give you a kind of a quick overview of what the standard stands for. But you can see standard 1 is control. And that's where the board comes in big time. Number 2 is curriculum. That would be the written curriculum. Number 3 is about connectivity. That's where the rubber hits the road. That includes teaching. That includes equity and equality. Number 4 is assessment. So after you've taught, after you've written curriculum and you've taught the curriculum, let me go back. And I'm not touching that. After you have a written curriculum in place, you've taught that curriculum, then you can assess the outcome of that curriculum. And again, we're going to go into detail about this. And then standard number 5 is productivity. How productive is this district in using its resources to promote the vision and priority goals? As we go through the findings, I'll occasionally reference what we consider to be 4 fundamental questions of the audit process. And I'd like to use the written curriculum as an example as I go through these questions, but they apply to many of the other things that we look at too, plans and other documents. The first question is, does it exist? So the first thing we ask is, for example, curriculum. Does this district have curriculum guides? That's pretty simple. It's either there or it isn't. Now, obviously, there are multiple guides, so we're going to talk about the scope that we expect for curriculum guides. So if it's there, if we see curriculum guides, then the next question is, well, how good are they? Are they good based on quality standards? And if we think, okay, we assess their quality, then we ask the question, are those curriculum guides used? Do the teachers use the guides to promote learning? Because, if they don't use them, it's really not any good. It's kind of like putting a plan, having a good plan and putting it up on a shelf and nobody looks at it. The fourth question is, has it made a difference in student achievement? So those are pretty prevailing questions that we ask through the audit process. So let's get into your audit report. If I can get control of this. The Columbus City Schools audit report included 17 findings and 7 recommendations. And let me talk a little more about the recommendations because I'm going to get into the findings in a moment. But clearly, there's not a recommendation for every finding. What we like to do is compress the findings in multiple findings into a single recommendation to make your work more efficient and effective. The recommendations are presented in order of importance. So the first recommendation is what the auditors felt was the number 1 consideration the board and administration should take first. The second point is that, and I've already mentioned this, but the finding, almost all, but not all, probably 5 or maybe 6 of the recommendations are based on multiple findings. They're presented in 2 parts. There's a section of direction for the governance board, that would be y'all, what the board should do, and a much longer list then of what the administration should do in terms of executing those recommendations. The audit report includes specific action strategies and sometimes formats to use in developing plans or taking action. And as Dr. Dixon said about the timeline, each recommendation includes a an estimated timeline that it will take to complete the recommendations. And overall, it's going to take about 5 years, from 4 to 5 years. You'll be able to make progress, and some of the recommendations you'll finish within a year, but some will take a longer period of time. All right, so now let's get into your findings. And I'm going to go pretty quickly, and I do have a script because I want to be sure that I don't miss any important points, but yet I don't go over the time either. So standard 1 is all about control. Now, a lot of people think control, that's a bad word. Control is a bad word, but it's not in this context. One of the most important governing functions of a school board is to establish and maintain control over all aspects of the school district, of the school system. Without control, deployment and execution of resources can and usually is reliant on the discretion of individuals. And people come and go, we know that, and everybody doesn't interpret direction in the same manner. So the first finding is that, no, let me tell you a little bit about this. Well, the first finding is board policies and administrative guidelines do not provide comprehensive control over all functions of curriculum management. As the governing board, you have the first and foremost responsibility in establishing control by codifying your expectations through policies. And then from these policies, the superintendent develops administrative guidelines to expand and provide clarity of policies. Without written policies and administrative guidelines, expecting everybody to be aligned in achieving the board's goals and holding them accountable for such is virtually impossible. So there you see that first finding. Now, what we found in this, to give you just a little snippet of underpinning of the finding, we found that the district's policies are legally compliant. There's nothing, I mean, your policies are great legally and very compliant, but they're not detailed or comprehensive enough to support curriculum management at the level necessary to communicate the board's expectations. For example, the board does not have a policy that requires alignment of the written, taught, and tested curriculum. And you might say, well, everybody knows that we expect that. Well, not so. Further, although everybody we spoke with, especially in the C&I department or in the building's principals, agreed that monitoring classroom instruction is important, the board has no policy related to monitoring. So, as you would imagine, everybody's doing his or her own thing. People are monitoring, but the who, why, where, when, how, and how much of monitoring is left up to the individual. So you have a fragmented process that could really help in tightening your learning across the district. We also found several board policies requiring administrative guidelines that haven't been developed yet. And finally, the district has not developed a clear process for distributing and communicating policy and administrative guidelines to the super users, or really to others in the district. Therefore, they're not broadly used in decision making. When we question people about where do you go, how do you use board policies, some didn't even know where to go to find the board policies, because you don't have a system for disseminating those policy changes after they're approved. Sorry, we've done. There's a poltergeist, I think, in here. A final thought related to board policy and control, and I realize that this is a little sensitive, but the auditors concluded that the board's control through policies is weakened by the current Columbus Education Association, or the CEA agreement, and that some points in the agreement may inadvertently, obviously not purposely, but inadvertently serve as barriers to student learning and or create inequities across the district. And that's, I'm going to reference, this is in finding 1, finding 1.1, you can see that. One example is the section in the CEA agreement on transfer of teachers from one campus to another campus, in our opinion, facilitates the potential transfer of marginal teachers. And I don't think you want that. That's not good for children. So one of the recommendations, and now you can see the recommendation that's already popped up even before I clicked. So the recommendation, this is primarily the board, but certainly the superintendent has some responsibility in this too, because she's going to help you create these policy or revise your policies as necessary. But adopt new or revise your existing policies. You've got great compliance policies, but adjust them to address the curriculum management functions so that your intentions are clearly stated in writing. Then charge the superintendent with developing administrative guidelines to explain or to further elaborate on the policies, and then review and potentially renegotiate the CEA agreement with the understanding that hopefully everybody is working from a spirit of goodwill. And so getting together and reviewing these and maybe clarifying understanding. This is our interpretation, but maybe not yours. All right, so we're still in Standard 1, in control. And I would say that the most valuable asset of any organization is its people. And I think y'all would agree. I heard Treasurer Stan say that 66% of the budget goes toward personnel. I'm surprised. I was superintendent in the Waco Public Schools, another urban district, not as large as y'all's, but about 75 to 80% of our budget was personnel, benefits, salaries, but at any rate, a big portion of your budget is personnel, related to personnel. And the only expectation is that the district should have control over this key asset, the topic of the second finding in Standard 1, which is already up here before I clicked it. So, and that is your organization of human resources, would be people, does not adequately or efficiently deploy the district's greatest resource, which is people. So forget that recommendation. That should not have come up yet. So to assess this level of control, auditors reviewed the district's organizational charts and your job descriptions. An organizational chart, y'all know what that is. It's a picture or a graphic that shows how human resources are deployed and how they're arranged on the bus, as Jim Collins would say, get the people on the bus and get them in the right seats on the bus, how they're deployed to do the work. We found some breaches in the principles of sound organizational management on your table, your organizational charts. For example, the superintendent and the area superintendent supervise too many people. I think the superintendent supervises 14 when you consider the administrative assistants. Each of your area superintendents supervises from 16 to 20 principals. That's almost, and the recommended number of people supervise is 8 to 12. So you can see those folks, if you really want those area school superintendents to provide leadership and development to principals, you need to adjust the number of people that they supervise. Some of the supervisory relationships as shown on your organizational charts are unclear with some dotted lines, which people don't understand dotted lines. And the grouping of some functions is illogical. And I'll give you a couple of examples. The executive director of budget and financial management is shown to report to both the superintendent and the deputy superintendent, but it makes more sense from a logical perspective, from a function perspective, that this person report to the treasurer. The general counsel is shown to report to the deputy superintendent. From a logical perspective and from a function perspective, it makes more sense for that person to report directly to the superintendent, because the CEO and the person who's going to be more involved with the board in regard to any legal issues. Now let's take a look at the job descriptions. I'm sorry, it's out of control. I told you we looked at job descriptions. Job descriptions should be available for every position in the organization to clearly communicate expectations and hold employees accountable for those expectations. And by the way, the board has a great policy on job descriptions. PO 3120.01 on job descriptions clearly states that job descriptions will be developed and used for every position in the district. But we found less than half of the positions depicted on the 10 organizational charts that we looked at had job descriptions. We found job descriptions for less than half, about half. And only 7% of those job descriptions met all the quality criteria. We're missing statements regarding the chain of command. We also found some discrepancies in job titles for the same positions. Position title was different on the job description than it was on the organizational chart. And this confuses people. We didn't know if you had two positions or that was the same person. It was just a slight error in the title of that job description. So here the recommendation is what we're recommending to you. You already have your board policy in place. So all that you'll need for this policy is just to revise it. I'm sorry, you don't need to revise it. It says you shall have job descriptions for all those positions, but you need to insist that those job descriptions be developed for all. Secondly, revise your personnel organizational structure. Take a look at it. And we give some specific recommendations, steps about how to create a more efficient and effective grouping of administrators to deploy the board's intent. All right, still in control, still in standard 1 under control. The third and final finding in standard 1 is about planning, another key element of control. Planning and plans in any organization are critical in keeping human and financial resources focused on achieving the goals in a timely manner without detour. We all know, because we've all been there and done that, that goal attainment is by design and not by accident. So planning and plans are important. So auditors looked at planning and plans throughout the district, and what we found is that planning is in transition, and we love that. We love for our new superintendent to come in and make some changes in planning. We know that your strategic plan was put in abeyance. That's great. Hopefully you'll use some of the findings in this audit report to drive or to inform that strategic plan. We also found that some important plans are missing, and existing plans, so there is the scope isn't there. So we found you do have some plans. Some are missing, so the scope is not complete. And in qualities, most of your existing plans are not of high quality to serve as roadmaps for improvement. Let me jump down here and kind of skip through some of this. We did not find any curriculum management plan. We're going to address this in standard 2 also. The expectation is that there be a curriculum management plan. We didn't find that. The district does not have an assessment plan. Very few departmental plans were found, and plans for only 60% of the campuses were provided, even though we asked for a copy of all of the plans of all the campuses that we were going to visit. We got only 60% of those, and some of those campus plans did not meet quality standards. And I can tell you just kind of in summary, existing plans, we evaluated existing plans as to be more artifacts of compliance than true guidance documents. And I'll just kind of leave it at that. Rather than documents that really do guide the way, we determine that they're pretty much compliance rather than guidance documents. So our recommendation here, again, is to institutionalize a clear planning process. I think the superintendent has that in mind. She's already talked a little bit about that tonight. Go ahead, move forward with your development of a long range or a strategic plan, and require aligned department and campus plans. Now, your policy, we have specific instructions or recommendations for what you need to place in policy. Your policies do address plans and planning, but again, they need to be tightened so there's no misunderstanding about what the board's expectations are with regard to planning and plans. All right, now that finishes standard one. So you see what a critical position the board is in to establish control. Once you get control, that's why standard one is first. That's why control is number one. Once you get control of your resources and your programs, then you look at direction. Standard two is all about direction. Now, what is the direction of this organization? Well, in school districts, since our core business again is teaching and learning, direction means asking this question: what should we be teaching our students? And that's a question that's answered by our written curriculum. And that's an important concept. Just think about that, because it's gonna clearly transition into one of these findings when we talk about scope. The expectation is that a written curriculum guide be available for every course taught at every grade level. And I say that, sometimes people go, our eyes really get big and say, really? Well, again, I'm kind of jumping the gun here. So we're going to be talking about the written curriculum in Standard 2. And there are 3 findings in Standard 2. The first is all about, again, I mentioned this earlier, the first is about planning. This is a critical beginning of Standard 2, a critical finding. And that is that curriculum planning is incomplete. You've got a few elements of curriculum planning, but you're missing a few. You have no plan, and the expectation is that you would have all of these recommendations and pieces and parts, the who, what, when, where, how, and how, curriculum, development, revision, and evaluation in a single document. So it's very clear to anybody who needs to know about that where they should go, what they need to do. So that's pretty simple. And again, we go into detail in the audit report, but the recommendation, first of all, for y'all would be to create a policy that says we shall have a curriculum management plan that will communicate these details, and all of that's in the recommendation. Put it in writing so that everybody knows, and you give direction. You don't just say do it, but you give recommendations about here's what needs to be in that plan. All right, now I'm going to present findings 2 and 3, the last 2 findings in Standard 2, kind of together on the same slide because they are so closely related. And I want to apply, again, I'm going to go through and apply the first 3 audit questions regarding curriculum again. I'm going to kind of repeat myself, but I think it's worthwhile right here. So the finding number 2 in Standard 2, so I want you to see if you can pick this up. The scope of the written curriculum is only partially complete. So here we're talking about, is it there? Does the district have it? Well, you've got some curriculum documents, absolutely. But the expectation is pretty high that you have 100% of all core courses covered and that 70% of all non-core courses, although in reality, 100% of every course taught at every grade level should be driven or guided by curriculum documents. So that answers the first question. What we found is you got some, but you don't have them all. I'll talk a little more about that. Then we found that of those curriculum documents that you have, we found that minimum standards of quality are inadequate. Now, really, that should be inconsistent, because I'm going to share an accolade with you that I have never experienced before in my auditing in just a moment. But so all in all, your minimum quality, which is the first level of, okay, how good is it, is inconsistent and overall inadequate. Then the final question of, are your curriculum documents used? And we address that. We found that the use of curriculum documents by your teachers is marginal. So that's all, and that's a big finding. And let me look through this and see if there's any other point that I haven't made that I want to make. So we expect that there be a curriculum document for every course taught at every grade level. If you think a course is important enough to take the time and the resources, your treasurer already talked about how much how much money, you've got billions of, your budget is multi-billions of dollars. If you're going to spend the money and the resources to teach a course, it's important that the district have control over what's taught in that course. That just makes sense. So the expectation is that we have curriculum guides that serve as roadmaps for keeping focus, for maintaining focus, and clearly communicating what's to be taught and what's to be learned. What we found on scope, and I'm still talking about scope, is that the scope and of the core and the non-core curriculum is incomplete. Elementary was best at about 95%. About 95% of the courses taught at elementary school had curriculum documents. The percentage drops at middle school to about 50%. And high school came in last, ranging from 25% in your core courses to 40% in non-core. Kind of unusual to see that non-core has a larger percentage of curriculum documents than core, but in high school, that's what we found. So is it there? That explains. You got some, but you don't have curriculum guides for all of your courses. Now, how good is it? Again, we looked, so for every curriculum, I want to make this point. Right now, we're dealing with every curriculum document you got. We've looked at every curriculum document you gave us as curriculum documents to evaluate them against the minimum components of quality. We just look for, does the curriculum document have learning objectives? Are there recommendations for resources? Are there recommendations for the strategies for the teacher to use? Are there recommendations for what the children should be doing? Are there recommendations for assessments? That's just that's what we call minimum quality. And what we found is that your existing documents, the ones you have, are not of high enough quality to guide instruction. And here's the range. The range of quality is from 1 to 18. The scores of your curriculum documents range from a 1.1, I'm sorry, it would be 0 to 18. So that's the range. Your curriculum documents ranged in quality on this first level from a 1.1, and I'm not going to, you can look to see which courses got the 1.1, to a high of 18, which is a perfect score. And here comes the accolade. I have never in my 20 plus years of auditing audited a district, and I've audited a bunch of them, big, small, in which the district had curriculum documents K through 8 in a single content area to achieve a perfect score of 18. And your social studies curriculum documents do that. Now, we didn't ask anybody, oh, well, who wrote those? We're not trying to shine a light on anybody. We're just saying the folks who are responsible for curriculum development need to pay attention to those curriculum documents because they received all of them. Because I thought, once I looked at elementary, I thought, well, that's elementary. We went to middle school and all of it. Now, here's a point to remember. You do not have curriculum documents for all of your social studies courses. Do you follow this train of thought here? But for those that you have, the curriculum documents meet the maximum quality for this minimum standard of quality. So that's good news. Now, and actually, to be truthful with you, well, I'm not there yet. I need to talk about is it used? So that's the final piece here. We found that use is marginal. When we asked teachers on the online survey to select their primary resource in guiding their instruction, only 8% selected the district curriculum. Now that should be a shock to you. Only 8%. Now, I will say that 27 selected the Ohio standards, but I'm here to tell you that using the Ohio standards as curriculum guides is not adequate. Ohio standards are learning standards. They're objectives. They do not give a teacher the in-depth equipment, so to speak, or guidance that they need to teach this course. And you can check to see, we've got a couple of charts in this particular finding. You can see what they did, what the rest of them said they selected. A lot of them go online and use online learning opportunities. And the problem with that is that's fine if it's in addition, but the test may not cover those online, what a teacher finds online. And what you're trying to do is prepare this student to be successful on the test. I mean, let's face it, we're all about that. That's what our accountability ratings on. Hopefully and clearly, all states have a targeted learning curriculum now. And the curriculum is what all students need to know and be able to do to be successful when they get out into life. Okay, so we conducted a further analysis. After that minimum quality analysis, we thought, let's dig a little deeper. Aha, we're going to catch them. Now we're going to dig deeper here. And some good news. And again, and this may be the best standard 2 I've written in a curriculum audit in a long time, if ever. What we found, we're looking at internal alignment. How do the pieces and parts of these curriculum documents fit together, and are they aligned? What is the likelihood, for example, that if I use the strategies that are recommended in this document, what's the likelihood this child would learn and master that curriculum? So now we're digging a little deeper. What we found is that the internal alignment, at deeper quality, between the strategies, teaching strategies, and objectives, which y'all call ICANN statements, and Ohio standards is pretty consistent. In content, we analyzed only a selection of course documents, curriculum documents here, and I want to make sure y'all understand. We just took a smattering. This takes so much time. There's no way we could analyze all of the documents we had using this approach. But we showed you how to do it, and one of the recommendations that you conduct this evaluation for all of your curriculum documents. I mentioned that we found that it's inconsistent. The internal alignment is inconsistent, but the good news is they were mostly aligned in content and cognitive demand, with the exception of K-8 English language arts. Now, I have down here make a comment on the quality of your curriculum. I think I've already done that. So bottom line is I've seen a lot worse curriculum documents. There's certainly, but what you have is pretty good. But what you need to do is create documents for every course you teach and then deepen it. Now, one of the problems in your curriculum documents, and we found this as we got into this deep analysis, is that the Ohio learning standards don't go beyond the DOK level 3. And I know that may be rubbish for some of you folks, for the board members who don't think about DOK, but dimensions of knowledge, which is cognitive demand. The documents we looked at in finding 3, none of those went beyond the 3rd level. And what the board has said in a number of documents, including your philosophical statement, some of your board policies, is that you want rigor and cognitive demand. All right, let's move on now. So the recommendation is pretty obvious here. The board should adopt a policy requiring high quality curriculum guides be developed for all courses, taught at all grade levels, and require teachers to use them as guidance in their teaching. Because right now, the understanding is that that's not a requirement. And then of course you monitor to see that if this policy is implemented or not. So that finishes standard 2, the written curriculum. So let's move to standard 3. And as I said, it's where everything comes together, where the rubber hits the road. It's where the written curriculum takes legs in the form of the taught curriculum. And there are 4 findings here. And the first finding is that in your instructional practices, what we saw when we went into classrooms, do not meet district expectations. I'll talk a little bit about that. The second section, the second part of this is instructional monitoring expectations are not clearly defined. And therefore, this process of monitoring, which could be very effective in improving teaching and learning, does not meet its intended goal. So our approach to this first finding in Standard 3 was to visit the classrooms, and I told you we visited 836 of them on 61 campuses. And we spent about 3 to 4 minutes in each room. So I want to be clear that you understand we didn't spend enough time in there to calibrate if they're teaching on level a particular course. We were, and the finding does not include that. We don't presume to be able to determine whether or not the content was being taught on grade level or not in that short a visit. But we found that instructional practices do not reflect what we found to be the district's expectations for rigorous and engaging instruction. We saw that throughout a number of your documents. We expect rigorous learning, rigorous instruction, and engaging instruction. Well, engaging instruction means you got the kids involved. They're with it. They're moving. We also found that that monitoring practices are inadequately defined and, of course, implemented inconsistently across the district. And to give you a few details on both instructional practices and monitoring, teaching practices observed during site visits revealed the most common teacher behavior was teacher-centered whole group instruction. That's not too engaging. Now, that's not to say it could be, but we didn't find much. The dominant level of student thinking was at the lowest level of cognitive engagement. At that very low level, that's not rigor. We found very little differentiation. Although we found evidence of instructional monitoring, as I said, everybody talks about it, and yes, we monitor, and we saw lots of documents that are used for monitoring. The district has not established clear expectations, and so the intent of monitoring is not fulfilled. So that's a big finding. It's a long finding. It's probably 30 pages long and gives you lots of details about what we saw when we went into those 836 classrooms. So again, your recommendation here, well, the recommendation for that is, first of all, the board needs to have a conversation about what your expectations are. And I don't mean detail, like you need to use Socratic questioning or something like that, but define what your expectations are for teaching. And then hand that over to the superintendent to train and hold teachers accountable for those expectations in teaching to mastery. What we saw, and I can tell you this, and again, we're not shining a light on anybody. We see a gap, board and superintendent and guests. We saw a gap in the written curriculum and the taught curriculum. If I were to gauge those, the quality of your written curriculum, in our opinion, is better than the quality of delivery of that curriculum. I'm not putting blame anywhere, I'm just saying that's an observation. And the next finding that you're going to see in Standard 3 corroborates that. If you do expect to have rigorous and student engaging instruction. And then develop and institutionalize written expectations for monitoring curriculum delivery. Put it in, I did a word search in your policy and I couldn't find monitoring instruction. So you need a policy. You don't have a policy on monitoring instruction. So that's one of the recommendations we'll have in policy development. And then again, it's up to the superintendent and the administration to implement it with fidelity to the design of the policy. All right, now, so we're still in Standard 3. Finding 2 in Standard 3 is very closely related to what we just talked about in terms of instruction. What we did is to ask for samples of student work ahead of time and send those, we sent them off to an auditor offsite, and we analyzed those student artifacts, so to speak, to determine their alignment to the Ohio Learning Standards. So I want you to understand what we did. We asked the teachers to give us examples of student work that they would use in their classrooms within a period of time. And they gave them to us. And we sent those off, and we had experts to analyze those against the Ohio standards in content, context, which is how what the student was doing, the activity of engagement, and cognitive type. And here's what we found, and this is the finding number 2, that the student work was generally aligned in content. That's good. So what the students were working on the content that was aligned pretty closely to the Ohio standards, and this is general. And again, I think I made a mistake earlier when I mentioned K-8 English language arts. I think mathematics was the weakness in the quality of curriculum documents. I think this is where the K-8 documents that student work was aligned in content pretty much in every content area assessed except K through 8 English language arts. It was that student work was consistently below grade level, and you'll see that in the report. It stands out. Everything else is pretty much online except K-8 English language arts. But here's the deal. Those documents were written at a very low cognitive level and low student engagement level. That means they were not rigorous. They were not engaging the students. Many times it was at the low, that it was more of a test-like situation or a classroom activity, not a project or something that was in real life. That they would do in real life, for example. I've already covered all this, so let me. Oh, I just said here, most of the work was at the least engaging type. In other words, pretty boring. So our recommendation here is that when you begin to write or revise these curriculum documents, incorporate aligned for content and cognitive type and student engagement work activities within the written curriculum. So the teachers wrap that into your curriculum documents. Examples of student work that students could be doing, how they demonstrate that they know something. Do not leave all of that up to the teacher's discretion. So the point I want to make here, and I realize I'm kind of, hopefully I'm not rambling, but your top curriculum needs focus, both instructional practices as well as the student work, which is an artifact or a manifestation of the top curriculum. Neither of these represent what we found the board expects with regard to rigor and cognitive engagement. So I think that's critically very important. Now, still in standard 3, let's move on. A common sense expectation of all is that equality of resources be provided to all students. And I think that we all agree. This practice is called equality. But a less common understanding is that students who need more resources because of special circumstances, and those include students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, students who have learning disabilities, and our English language learners, often need additional targeted resources to promote their learning. That practice is an example of equity. So we were looking to see if the district provides equality and equity. And what we found was that there are inequalities and inequities across the district, and that's not unusual, that are serving as barriers to student learning. And this is a quite detailed finding also. But clearly, I want to say this first, that we confirm that the district recognizes the importance of providing both equality and equity, and that's evidenced in the superintendent recently having established a new position, a chief equity officer. And I think maybe by now that's filled, Dr. Dixon. Your chief equity officer position?
Yes, it is filled, and she begins August 1st.
Great. Okay. So that's a great beginning, because you've got to have somebody at the wheel. Nobody intends to create inequities or inequalities. You need somebody at the wheel whose primary responsibility is to watch for the beginnings of inequity and inequality and stop them before they become a problem. Here's just some examples, but I didn't go into detail, and these might not make much sense to you, but we found several inequalities and inequities at both the campus and the district level that could be potential obstacles to designated student learner groups, such as those 3 high-risk ones that I just mentioned. We found inequalities in program enrollment, discipline, grade retention, and inequities between economically disadvantaged students and their non-ECO-DIS partners in absenteeism and graduation rates. We actually found an inequality in how the substitute teacher program is run. And I don't think that's by design. And again, I won't get into detail on this because we don't have the time, but take a look at that. We write it up as an inequality. Substitute teachers get to choose where they want to go to substitute, often leaving the campuses with the students in the greatest need without a substitute. We found 5th grade kids, folks, in 1st grade classrooms because the principal couldn't find a substitute teacher. So again, take a look at it. This is just a snippet, an overview of it. So the recommendation, again, as I said, nobody expects or purposefully plans to promote inequalities or inequities. They develop via insidious evolution. You don't know they're happening until they're right on you. And then it's so much more difficult to reverse that. So I think the creation of this person who can be on target to watch for that, to help develop, and this is the recommendation, an aggressive process of preventing as well as identifying and eliminating existing inequalities and inequities, because some of them are going to slip by. That is very, very critical. The last finding in standard 3 could have been incorporated within that 3rd finding on EE. I call it EE, equality and equity. But we decided to isolate it as a standalone finding because of its criticality. And it deals with services to English learners. And what we found is that the design and delivery of services for English learners is inadequate to provide equitable learning experiences. Now, the English learner population of the district, and y'all know this, currently comprises about 17% of the district's enrollment. And it covers about 70 different native languages. And that, as you know, creates a major challenge in addressing the unique needs of this group of students. 70 languages, 70 languages. Although the district does have an English as a second language, or an ESL as we call it, plan and does provide services to EL students, the plan lacks comprehensiveness and delivery of services is inconsistent across the district. During classroom, here's an example, during our classroom observations, our walkthroughs, we found very, very few teachers using sheltered instructional strategies, even though EL students were scattered frequently among those classes. So tighten it up. Again, your policy, you have a policy that says, all students are going to have equal access to the curriculum. That's pretty well standard. That's federally required through federal mandates, Constitution, as well as statutory law and case law. But tighten it up. And administratively, tighten that plan for English learners. Because if you look at your test results, and I don't think I'm even going to address this today, but if you look at the gap in achievement scores between the ELs and the non-ELs, you'll see some clearly see some gaps. And what you want to do is eliminate those. All right, so that finishes standard 3. We're kind of on the downhill slope. Now, standard 4 is all about feedback. And I'll move through these 4 findings pretty quickly. Not just, you notice I don't say assessment here, but it really is assessment, but how the results of assessment are used as feedback for improvement. It's the study component of the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle. And I know we all heard about this in the improvement efforts years ago. But Plan, Do, Study, Act, you plan it, you write the curriculum, you do it, you teach the curriculum, and then you study the results, which is you assess it. And then you act on it, right? Then you act on what you found. We're going to get to that in just a minute too. And so what we found is that assessment planning is insufficient to guide assessment processes. No plan. You're probably not surprised to see that because we had the same thing finding on curriculum. There's no document in the district that explains the who, what, where, when, how, and how much, or where assessment is going to be conducted and the results used as improvement for instruction. We did find a few pieces and parts, a few elements of assessment planning, but it all needs to be put together in a plan, and we give you specific details on how to do that. So there's no question about what the expectation is. So clearly, our recommendation is for the board's responsibilities, it would be develop, including one of your policies, a requirement that the district will have an assessment plan, and then charge the superintendent to get it done and to disseminate, train people in it, make it a working document. I would even make it a administrative guideline. Everybody understands what courses are going to be assessed, when they're going to be assessed, how people are going to use the data as feedback for improvement. Finding number 2, second in standard 4, addresses the first 2 audit questions on assessment, and this is going to ring another familiar bell to you. Does the district have a comprehensive scope of assessments? The first question, aka are district level assessments administered for all courses taught at all grade levels? Is it there? Do they exist? And then if so, how good is it? So let's take a chance. Let's take a look at what we found. The scope of assessment is incomplete. You don't test, you don't have a district, a comprehensive district test, or which could include a state test. But when I say district test, I mean a test that's given to all students in the district, with maybe some exceptions, for every course taught at every grade level. And the second part of that, and the alignment, which is the quality issue, how good are the ones that you have. We look at alignment. The alignment of those existing assessments with Ohio learning standards is inconclusive. We were unable to determine that because we weren't unable to get copies of the MAP assessment, which is what y'all use for your benchmark test. Now, I've kind of summarized. Let me see if there's anything here I want to say. Well, yeah, let me give you some details on that. So you understand why we expect an assessment, a district level assessment or a formal assessment for every course taught at every grade level. Don't you want to know if students have mastered the content of that course yet? What we found is only 64% of core courses are assessed, and only 4% of non-core courses are assessed, and that's K through 12. Now, there's some other up here. Well, I think I've said enough for that. I think y'all get the picture there. So our recommendation is, again, write this in policy board. Direct it through policy, your expectation that the district develop or find someone else who's developed it. We don't think you have to create everything yourself. Sometimes you can find assessments that have already been conducted that you can use or at least modify to some extent. But the expectation is to write in policy an expectation that every course taught at every grade level shall have a district level assessment. I'm not just talking about the assessments the teachers give on their own. Obviously they have those, but we're talking district level test, every course, every grade level taught. And the same thing, find some way to check the alignment of your benchmark test or any test that you create to the state standards, because y'all aren't able to do that right now. I do want to go back though. There was a final, what we did find, even though we couldn't validate alignment of the MAP to the state test, we were able to determine, and this was with help from your folks, your administrators, that there are gaps between the MAP progress goals and the achievement on the state test, because the MAP, it kind of gives you a prognostication of what's coming, and there's a gap between the percentage of students who are expected to pass the state test and those who actually pass that test. So that predictability is not very strong, and you can see more about that in the report. In Standard 4, we emphasize that the overarching purpose, this is kind of where we're coming to fruition here, the overarching purpose of all this assessment that we think should be occurring is to acquire data for use as feedback for decision making. This approach helps us answer the question, is it used? And what we found is that a formal process for using assessment data as feedback has not been institutionalized. Therefore, efforts are fragmented and fail to attain the intended purpose. So everybody understands the importance of assessment. And virtually, when we talk to teachers, administrators, everybody agreed. And people are looking at data. They have lots of data reporting tools. A lot of those are in place at the district, and people are talking the talk. But what we found is there's no system-wide process for exactly how this should be done, who should do it, when it should be done, what should be used, and therefore, and there's no follow-up to evaluate whether or not the cycle is complete. This is an important point. And the cycle being complete means that those assessment data are resulting in changes in the classroom. Does that make sense? So we've got the plan, do, study, act. The plan is you write your lesson plans, you do it, you teach it, you study it, you assess, and then you act on the results of what that assessment told you. We saw very little evidence of that action. And one of the pieces of evidence, or lack thereof, is we saw very little, if any, differentiation when we went into classrooms. And you want differentiation is every kid's not on the same level. And the same thing, we saw kids doing basically the same thing when we went into classrooms. All right, so the recommendation is establish written expectations for the use of data. And you can write this in your policy saying that we shall have these written expectations, and the written expectations can be written as administrative guidelines. And then train the teachers in that process. They're doing the best they know how to do. I studied under Bill Glasser many, many years ago. And he said, Roseanne, as a general rule, people are doing the best they know how to do. They're not purposefully not doing something. I mean, most, by and large, people are acting in a spirit of goodwill. And then lastly, monitor the implementation. Make sure that cycle is complete, and then it's a recurring cycle. We round out standard 4 with a finding related to assessment trends. So this is where we answer the question, has it made a difference? Is it making it? Question number 4, has it made a difference? Or to what degree has it made a difference? How has the district fared in assessments over multiple years? And that's what trending is all about. And what we found is that assessment trends, your assessment trends, do reflect small increases over the last 4 years. That 4 years was all we were able to do to use in a trend analysis, because when they change the testing or the state changes something, it breaks that cycle and we can't compare apples to oranges. So we have a 4-year trend analysis, which is not great. 10 is wonderful. However, performance remains below the state and districts of similar demographic characteristics. That's an important point there. And I want to kind of talk about that for just a minute. First, we didn't find evidence that the district on a routine basis conducts trend analyses. It's not an established practice, and we highly recommend that you have a department of accountability that's highly skilled, has a highly intelligent, competent people who can do that for you. The districts, the board, and the superintendent just have to ask for it. So we conducted this trend analysis of our own, and again, what we found is, as I said, as the finding says, that you're still below the state. And you were probably aware of that, but what you probably weren't aware is this comparison to this demographic group. The auditor who did this is the executive director of institutional research at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. And she found through the accountability system some districts of comparable demographic characteristics that could be put together with Columbus City Schools in a comparison group. And what we found is that the district has consistently scored below that group. And again, all the data, there are several charts in this finding. This would be 4.4, finding 4.4. You can see that. What you probably aren't aware of either, and I think that this stood out at me enough that I selected it to mention. The Columbus City Schools college remediation rates are at 54%. What that means is 54% of your students who go to college have to take remediation courses. That's compared to the state rate of 27% and your district comparison group at 48%. So a higher percentage of your students, more than half of your students who go to college, have to take at least one or more remediation courses. So that's an example of, is it working? That's another manifestation of the teaching and learning process, is how well the kids do when they get out of the Columbus City Schools when they graduate. So the recommendation is implement the audit recommendations. Hopefully, if you implement all these other recommendations, your achievement is going to go up over time. Obviously, this takes time. As well as institute an ongoing trend analysis function within the district, and the board can ask for yearly reports. So you see where that trend line is going, just like your treasurer showed you in his report, how the trend has gone over a period of years. You need to see that for student learning also, or any other variable that you're interested in tracking, just like this. Just like this percent, the remediation rate of college-going kids. All right, now we're into Standard 5. Standard 5 addresses productivity. A general definition of productivity is doing more with the same. And again, I'm a math teacher, so I enjoyed the treasurer's report and following those numbers, even though I couldn't follow all of it. But a general definition of productivity is doing more with the same, or doing the same with or doing the same with less. And it sounds like y'all might be in for fewer resources than you have in the past. So a district that's productive can manage to increase its productivity and get the same output with less input. High-performing organizations, including school districts, develop and establish as a practice increased productivity. So our finding here was that the district does not actively pursue improved productivity. And this finding deals pretty directly with improving the productivity of human resources. And we've already talked a little bit about how much that comprises of your budget and how important it is to increase the capacity of your human capabilities. Let me see, I'm kind of trying to summarize this. First, the district has no policy related to that communicates an expectation of productivity, or that people establish a practice of improved productivity. Within the lens on personnel, which is what we're talking about here, improving human capacity involves a repeating cycle of training and development, monitoring performance with feedback, and then summative assessment, that continuous cycle. You know, you're developing, you're monitoring, you're helping, you're improving, then you do the snapshot of assessment, that formative assessment at the end of the year, and then again, that plan, do, study, act, you take action on that. What we found is that there is little, if any, connection between professional development monitoring of performance and the summative performance assessment. There's very little connection between those three. For example, professional development has a little connection to identified needs among employees or their performance. You do a lot of professional development, you spend a lot of money on professional development every year. But the professional development is not associated with performance assessment either. In other words, we saw very, very, very few instances where performance review or assessment at the end of the year, that formal assessment, led to specific professional development for marginal teachers, even though, and y'all can find this in and I think this is probably in one of the findings in Standard 2, quite a few of the principals in their online survey reported as high a rate of 20% of marginal teachers on their campus. Now that's the highest I've ever seen. I was shocked to see that. Now, not every principal, but even though the principals reporting high levels of marginal teachers in some cases, when we looked at performance reviews, which we did, we spent a lot of time looking at performance reviews. For the most part, everybody's doing just fine. I hope you're making that connection. So what people are saying is, on the performance reviews, everybody's doing fine, but your achievement scores aren't where you want them to be. And principals are reporting low or high levels of marginal teachers. So little connection, so little productivity. I hope you're getting the point here. Little where you got to, the expectation is that you provide professional development, and it's expensive. So if you're going to do it, why not make it count? The state requires that you do performance assessment, end of year performance assessment. If you're going to do it, it takes a lot of time, and time is money. Why not make it count? Why not use that process for improved productivity of your human human asset? The second focus in this finding is on instructional interventions and programs. The district does not have an evaluation process to determine whether or not new and ongoing interventions and academic programs achieve their intended goals. Evaluation is typically in the affective domain. Does everybody like it? What do you think about that? Rather than from an objective, quantitative, or even qualitative, because qualitative research is good stuff, approach. Evaluation is critical in decision-making about continuation, modification, or selective abandonment of initiatives that don't provide the intended outcome. Without it, personnel may continue to invest their time and resources in the efforts that aren't working. So that's going to be a major recommendation, and you can't follow through with the final finding, the second finding in Standard 5 until you get that program evaluation process in place. So our recommendation is to, first of all, establish a philosophy in policy, go in your philosophy policy related to productivity. Tighten existing policies related to program evaluation and professional development. You have policies on both program evaluation and professional development, and we've evaluated those and we've given you credit for those. But they stop short. They're not tight enough. They don't say I think you do say that we will have program evaluation, but it's kind of loosey-goosey. You need to tighten that up and provide more direction and expect that it be done. The same thing for professional development. Your philosophy statement on professional development is good, but you got to connect the dots. How does professional development relate to monitoring, classroom monitoring instruction? How does it relate to performance review? Tighten up that process, that cycle of continuous improvement. The second finding in Standard 5 directly addresses the budgeting process as a method of improving productivity. Budget decisions should allocate resources to specific program activities that are known to support district goals and priorities. Now, you can't do this though, if you don't have a program evaluation or innovation. You don't have a system for evaluating the effectiveness of your innovations or your interventions and your programs. Again, I think I've said this, I think your treasurer has already reiterated this, but a district is likely never to have enough money to do everything it's done in the past and everything it wants to do in the future. You've got to stop some things because they aren't working. And the only way to know if they're not working is to evaluate them. Only then can you move toward this process of programmatic budgeting. And what we're talking about here is cost, I guess I ought to pick this up. The district's annual budgeting process, this is the second finding in Standard 5, is not based on cost benefit data. Not adequately based on it. It's not tight enough. Let me see if there's anything else in my notes I want to be sure. Well, your current budgeting process is based primarily on enrollment, and a day-to-day rollover design. It's not adequately linked to program effectiveness and therefore doesn't consider cost benefit analysis because you don't have that, you don't have those data. This is what I was talking about a minute ago. You can't implement this recommendation until you get that program evaluation piece in place. And as a result of not having the cost effectiveness data, the allocation of funds may easily, albeit inadvertently, create inequities as well as detours in achieving the district's goals. So what we're recommending, this is the very last recommendation because you can't do it until you get some other things in place, is that you begin a performance-based budgeting process after you get your program and innovation evaluation system in place. And you're probably looking at a 3 to 4 year implementation process. Okay. The very final finding in Standard 5 and of the entire report is focused on increasing productivity through the provision of quality learning environments that promote improved performance across the district. And our finding here is that the quality and utilization of learning environments across the district are inconsistent, creating inequalities as well as some inequities for some student groups. Like most urban districts, your campuses range in age from relatively new to pretty old, like from 3 years up to, I think, 150 years. And that's just fine. We don't expect new facilities. That's not required. However, all buildings, regardless of age, are expected to be safe, secure, conducive to teaching and learning. And what we found when we visited some campuses is that in most cases, your campuses are providing adequate learning environments. But a few detailed in the report, and I won't name them here, are in disrepair with inadequate heating and cooling systems, missing or dirty ceiling tiles, overcrowdedness, and unsafe conditions. So you can check that out. I won't name campuses. Further, your space utilization is inconsistent, and we have a chart in this finding that you may want to take a look at. Some facilities are underutilized while others are way beyond capacity. And I know you know this because you've been making efforts to adjust the numbers to move those overcrowded numbers to campuses where you have space through your voucher system. So our recommendation here is that, first of all, you revisit and revise the district's long-range facility plan. To address equality and equity in learning environments. You've got a pretty good facility plan. It comes pretty close to meeting the quality guidelines, but our understanding is even though there's some plans in place, some of the schools that really are in disrepair have not had those repairs completed. So basically this completes it. And I know that's a lot of information. And I know y'all are tired. You've been here for 2.5 hours. I'm tired too. But I hope that gives you a smattering of the report. But I want to zero back in on what is the board's role? Because that's who I'm speaking to right now. Let's review that role again. Number one, with input from Dr. Dixon, you need to decide your next steps. And I think there is a planning session in your near future. What recommendations are you going to implement and in what order? You may want to change the order based on your resources, what you consider to be important. Incorporate these efforts into your new strategic plan and y'all put legs on that plan. Make it work. Don't just write it out and say, okay, now we're done. Make it happen. Develop PERT charts with each important initiative. Put somebody in charge of it. Now, this is really for the superintendent, not the board. But the board needs to help in concert with the superintendent develop the plan. Then once that plan is down, then the superintendent takes it and puts legs on it. And I would recommend that somebody be assigned as the champion for each major effort. If you don't, they will drop through the cracks. And require regular reports, Dr. Dixon, and then you can provide regular reports to the board, so y'all will know. But this is this is not an event. This audit is not an event. It is a continuing process. And hopefully for y'all, it will be a process that you will incorporate in your priorities over the next 4 to 5 years. Then get about your policy. That's the first thing you need to do is get those policies in place. That's all about control. That's going to be pretty easy. You might even do it in one new policy. I mean, we give you pretty specific instructions or pieces that need to be in policies. People have even asked, do you have an example of a policy? Well, yeah, we do. We typically, because every district functions differently with regard to policies, we don't provide a copy of an example of policy, but I can send you one if you want one. But we are pretty specific in telling you what needs to be in those policies. Third, fund, and again, your treasurer has already mentioned this, but fund through the budgeting process your recommendations. Not many of them, guys, require a lot of money. I have recommended some changes in organizational structure, but if you decide to implement those as you move through attrition or however process you want to do that, you can move monies from one section to another. You know how to do that. But most of these recommendations do not require any new resources, and I think that's good news. It's just a matter of redirecting efforts, time, and energy, pardon me. Number 4, charge the superintendent to get the work done and monitor progress via schedule reports to the board. And I incorporated this in one of my other comments. So basically, that's your role. Keep your eye on the ball. It is easy to let it slip. It's called that institutional slippage, where you get COVID-19 or something else comes up, and it's easy to put this important initiative on the back burner. And I'm asking you to keep that in mind. If you're not careful, it's going to happen. Now, I'd like to close with a challenge to you, both as a board and as a group, as well as individuals. The public, the group who elected you, your business partners, your community partners, your parents, will be watching you very closely. Let me include the media too. We'll be watching you very closely to see how you respond to this audit report. I told the administrators when I met with them in February the same thing, that with the top administrators, I'm telling you, the way you address this audit and the attitude you take with others is going to communicate very clearly. It's going to be important in how others decide they're going to approach it. Those people that I just mentioned, all the public and the media, are going to be watching you to see how you respond to this report. My challenge is that you take a very positive position about moving forward. And I used to tell my doctoral students when I was teaching, I was supervising doc students, with their research, it's so what, now what? So what? Okay, so you found, so what would be the results of this audit report? Yep, we knew we were going to have work to do. But focus on the now what, and then I think I'm going to give Tracy credit for this. I think she's the one who said this. But no, we're going to accent that with this is what we're going to do. So it's so what. We know this audit report was not pretty. We expected it to be a deficit audit. Now what? What are we going to do? And then to move to that third piece of saying, this is what we're going to do. Focus on that. I mean, be positive and be up. And I would say, don't dwell on the negative. Don't let people wrap you into the negative. Don't blame anybody. This is nobody's fault. Don't apologize. Just move forward with confidence and conviction that we're going to change the landscape for students. It's all about the students. We're going to change the landscape for students in this district. Thank you so much. I haven't timed this. I timed it before, but I hope I'm still within my timeline. I will be pleased to answer your questions if we have time. Let's see.
Yeah, Dr. Dixon, did you want me to step in right now Yeah, okay. So first, thank you so much for that presentation. And as you alluded to, because of the importance of this and the seriousness the board takes for moving forward, as you said, in a very positive way, we actually are setting a special board meeting that we're announcing on May 14th, starting at 5 p.m. to start on some of those things that you mentioned about the next steps and what we're going to do. And we're going to invite some of our partners in that conversation so that we can all move forward together. There were some questions about will this report be published and shared with the public. I believe it's every intention of the board to make that happen. The superintendent asked for this done. We were supportive of it. We knew, as you said, we knew it wasn't going to be pretty, but you know, we just got to get it out there so that we can move forward. And I think that we have a board that wants to move forward. We have a community that wants to move forward. We have teachers and staff that want to move forward. And that's what we're going to start to work on next week. So, but we do have some questions from board members about your report and presentation. So I believe the first is Mr. Ragland.
Thank you, President Adair. And can you repeat the day of the special meeting?
May the 14th?
Yes, May the 14th at 5 p.m.
Okay, thank you very much. And Dr. Stribling, thank you so much for sharing everything that you shared. And thank you and your team for engaging Columbus City Schools in this endeavor. I have just been bombarded with text messages of thanks and notices of thanks and you know, rah, thank you very much. Word of encouragement to myself and to this board that we take the items that you've given us today and take them to heart and produce for the benefit of our young people. One of the early things that you mentioned early on was around you know, the contracts that we have in place with our CCS grown-ups, as our president so fondly calls them. And we know that they have been a part of this process from day one as well. And some of the things that you mentioned that you felt were contractual deterrents to student achievement, I am interested in knowing in as much detail as you are willing to provide for us what those things are, because I think, and you've alluded to this frequently, that a lot of those issues kind of permeate through the remainder of the report. And so when we come back on the 14th, if there is a way that you can, in a very detailed manner, tell us which elements of the contract we should begin in our discussions with our partners around changing for the benefit of our students, I think the independent voice that you have really serves the purpose of moving us forward, because then we're working together as a team. It's not one side versus the other. We've got an independent source with no horse in the race at all, saying that this is what the board and the superintendent and our adults who are just imperative to our success should be doing to move us forward. If you can give us as much detail as possible, I would really appreciate it.
Well, I think there's quite a bit in the report, and the one that I mentioned is there's a section in there, and we know how critical teaching is. As I told you, we went into several classrooms, and this was not just a one-time event. We went into several classrooms where we saw, and I'm all about multiple grade levels too, but we saw fifth graders in first grade classes, and that wasn't intentional, but the principal couldn't find a substitute. And so you need to take a look. One of the issues that I mentioned, and I think is so critical, is the fact that the language in the CEA agreement, and let me stop and say, we believe everybody is working in the spirit of goodwill. Absolutely. Anybody intentionally wants to do something that's going to harm students, and I understand that the agreement is to a great extent to protect the teachers, and we want to put teachers protection. And there's nothing wrong with we've audited in districts throughout the nation that most of the districts are union. Most of the states do have collective bargaining agreements. So but this is the first time we've gone to it. But I will tell you, in my experience, which is limited, I mean, I haven't I'm not the only senior lead auditor in the group. Others go to, and I don't go on every audit. But the agreement, the teacher agreement in this district is the strongest, and I'll use that word, agreement in any district I've audited. And I've audited in districts 3 times as big as this district with union agreements. So all I'm saying is just take a look at that. Here's another one. Here's another issue. In talking about planning and how important planning is, the CEA agreement does not allow, it prohibits principals from asking teachers to see their lesson plans. So it's not permissive. It doesn't just say, well, you know, it's between the principal and the teacher or whatever. It actually, well, I have to question that. Why would there be such a prohibitive statement? Principals can't even ask. They can ask for planning. And we had a teacher comment. We have a quote in this. This was actually from a principal to say that teachers have to show evidence of planning, but that planning could be something written on the palm of their hand or on a sticky note. We have a comment from a principal in the report about that. So, and there are some other issues. Now, I don't think the substitute teacher issue that I mentioned in the equity issue is, or in the equity finding, is a function of the CEA contract, but it's the substitute teacher program you're using. So basically what happens is, to articulate a little more, and I don't want to talk beyond this, but it allows a teacher to choose. Well, and I know teachers can do that anyway, but this is in a way that, and we have the data, we have some trend charts in there that show you that the teacher, there is an indirect relationship or correlation between the percentage of economically disadvantaged students, special education students, and to some degree EL students, an opposite direction. So, you know, an opposite correlation between the percentage of economically disadvantaged students or other students in need and the percentage of classrooms that don't have substitutes. Now, they have substitutes. I think I got that wrong, but you see the difference. So the campuses where there's a high percentage of high need students have less likely an opportunity to have a substitute when a teacher is absent. So that's where you find those 5th grade students in with 1st grade students. So there are several, that's really more of an equity issue, but I'll take another look at that to see if I can. I'm not going to be able to join y'all on the 14th, but I'll take a look at that teacher agreement, the CEA agreement, to see if I can pinpoint some other things, but y'all take a look at it. I mean, that's our interpretation. But we just think that in the spirit of goodwill, to sit down with everybody, get everybody at the table and kind of talk through, is this, and ask the question, what is the best decision for kids? That's what we're all about. Clearly, we want teachers to enjoy teaching and for them to have benefits, but it's all about the kids.
Thank you very much. And thank you, President Adair.
Yes, and again, when we have our meeting, it is our intention that CEA and other partners will be at the table with us, because this is a big lift and we do need everyone. And, you know, like you said, it's, you know, about interpretation. And I think that even there's a whole history, right? And understanding, you know, just that everyone's on that same page and can move forward together is important.
Right, that's great.
Dr. Pierce.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I appreciate it because the framing of this is more about how we can improve, and again, not so much about expecting deficiencies, but how we can improve. So I have a number of questions that are really related to the procedures and the process of your assessment. So my first question is, you talked about professional development outcomes not aligning with student learning. As an expert in professional development, I know that you can look for 3 different outcomes in professional development, especially as it's related to education. The first being student learning, the second being skill and pedagogy, how they are developing their skills as a teacher. And then the third, expertise in a subject area. So my question is this: did your assessment explore the impact of PD on skills, pedagogy development, and expertise?
We found no evidence. I can't say that we went into detail on that. We were just looking at the first level, kind of, is it there? Is there a connection? Do we see any evidence that professional development is connected to teacher needs? To teacher needs, and we didn't. Basically, you're spending a lot of money on professional development, but there was very little indication. We looked at the assessment results, the performance review, and as I said, most everybody is fine. They're doing fine. There were very, very, very few recommendations for professional development in those performance reviews. So we didn't go any further than just looking for a connection between professional development. What drives professional development? I think there's a couple of tables in the finding, and I think this is probably in standard 3, or maybe 3.1. But there are a couple of tables that show little connection between the district's little design connection between the district's priority goals and the content of professional development. So we didn't get deeply into professional development other than just to see if there's any alignment between, other than to see what drives professional development. We did, go ahead.
So I asked that question because we are a majority minority district. We reflect the demographics that we see in our nation. Our nation is becoming a majority minority. And to be an effective educator, my students need to know me. I need to know my students. I need to be culturally relevant and culturally competent. And so that's why I asked that question. Within our district, one of our priorities has to be ensuring that our teachers are gaining the skills of cultural competency. So it becomes important for us to then align that skill to our professional development, because we know that that then starts to inform student learning. So because you didn't drill down into those elements of professional development, can you then speak to how you assessed our level of cultural relevance and the cultural competency of our educators?
Can't do that without looking back at the report. I can say, and I think I mentioned this, that we found very little sheltered instruction strategies being used in the classrooms that we visited. But we did not assess per se cultural sensitivity when we went into classrooms.
My next procedural question then relates to the documents assessing or explaining our assessments and curriculum planning. In particular, did you run a regression analysis to evaluate the potential impact of planning periods or lack thereof on our student achievement?
Did we run an regression analysis on what? I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
Were you able to evaluate the ability of our teachers to have a planning period or lack thereof on our student learning outcomes?
No, we didn't. Don't all of your teachers have a planning period? I mean, we did not do an experiment. We did not analyze. We did not do a regression analysis on that.
And then my last procedural question then relates to our MAPS assessment. You indicated that the predictability of our MAPS assessment could point to the need for a better assessment, that it just doesn't quite point to our students being ready to perform on various standardized tests. So my question is this: does your company give us recommendations of future assessments that we should use and future data that we should collect to adequately assess our students' learning?
Well, what we found, and really your folks, the district personnel told us, they reported that when we had discussions with them about the map, that the map is supposed to predict. You give the map test at periodic times, and there is a predictability quotient that predicts whether there are going to be any surprises on the high stakes test or not. And what they found is that it over predicts. The map as a benchmark assessment over predicts how students will perform on that state test. Now, so that's what we found. We do not, ideally in a perfect world, you would have the resources to develop your own internal tests. And we know, how difficult developing internally valid test is. People think, oh, well, developing a test is really easy. I don't know what's available to you all or what would align with the Ohio learning standards. So I do not know. Ideally, you would create your own. But as I said, I know how difficult that is. But surely there are people at the university, such as, people on your staff that where you serve, people at the State Department who would be aware of what tests have already been developed that are aligned and can show evidence. And maybe y'all can get more information about the MAP test. We were kind of short of time. We were just about to the point, and Michelle helped us a lot in that effort. And we were just about to the point of getting those items to look at. But as all things, they said, well, we've got to get our attorneys to look at it. And then PDK said, well, we'll have to get our attorneys to look at it. So we just didn't have the time to chase that rabbit. But y'all probably could. I mean, people, and Michelle was close to it. She was almost there. And she could even pick up this responsibility and carry it forward. But y'all could, if you can get your hands on the MAP test items, you can conduct that alignment strategy and see if it is. That's why I said it was inconclusive, because we could not determine that, and especially since some of the folks who were using the test said that the predictability means that it's probably not aligned is not good. So I wish I knew of some tests that I could, pull out of the air, but I don't know any tests that would align with the Ohio learning standards that y'all could use.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Board Member Beckerly.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't know if you recall, but I was a teacher in the district up until a few years ago.
I remember you came to one of the meetings we had in February too.
Right. And truthfully, very little, if anything, surprised me about your findings. So I feel grateful exactly for so what, now what? Because this is what we need. So this is really very positive. The one additional dot I would connect, and I would encourage us to look at this when we meet to talk about on the 14th, to talk about how to approach this, how to chunk it out, is I think one of the pieces that will help explain some of the other failings is our discipline and the problems with our discipline. And so I think I'm a little concerned, and I want to make sure we don't address all of the findings in the audit without also simultaneously addressing social emotional learning, trauma-informed practices, and restorative justice practices. Everybody knows that's my soapbox, but even if we didn't do that, we need to do something to address the behaviors, because I think that some of the concerns like teacher-centered classrooms and stuff, I think some of that grows out of needing to maintain order in the classroom. And so I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that. I mean, that's certainly one of our priorities, and we talk about it all the time. But when we talk about this whole systemic approach to how to move forward, I want to make sure that's on the list. But that's all. But thank you very much.
We found, and there's a table in finding 3.1, we talked about the level of engagement. we define, we articulate the difference, we discriminate the difference between engaged, compliant,
Right.
disruptive students.
I saw that.
Yeah, so, and I think, a big difference to me is in those top two, but certainly, and we didn't see a lot of disruptive students, but again, Carol, they knew we were coming.
No, that's exactly why I want to bring this up.
Right, so what we saw was probably not representative of behavior, although
Right.
I will tell you, and I will not name a name, I may have told the superintendent this, but we went into one school that was clearly, and I don't say this lightly, that was clearly out of order.
Right.
Clearly out of order. Kids were, we would have said the entire school was disruptive. But as a general rule, we didn't see that much. But like I said, people knew we were going to be on the campus. And so generally people were in their better behavior. So right. Good point. We know that's a prerequisite to being engaged is that you've got. But part of that too is providing opportunities and work for students that is
Yes.
that they're involved in, that academic learning time. I did quite a bit of research on academic learning time, both honors work on academic learning time. And you want those kids, if they're engaged in what's going on, they're less likely to be disruptive.
Yes, I think that's absolutely true. And I think that it will, if we address both at the same time, we'll kind of take care of them both simultaneously, and one will feed on the other.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. It is. It's a cycle. Absolutely.
Or even like mutually reinforcing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, and it's an equity issue, so it goes back to the broader point of that as well. Board Member Brown.
Thank you, Jennifer. And Dr. Stripling, thank you for the work that you've done. I know that this involved a huge undertaking, and you presented a massive report to us. But I especially want to thank and commend our superintendent. Dr. Dixon, I think, knew better than the rest of us about what kind of outcome we were going to see with this audit. And none of us thought it was going to be, glowing. We all expected it to be kind of report that found and identified our weaknesses, our gaps, our problems, things that we need to work on. And that's what we asked for, and I think we've got it. The hard part comes now with the work that we need to do. And it's not going to be easy, but we must engage in this work to learn as much as we can from this audit, and to put it to use, all for the benefit of kids. We're going to have to do this jointly with our employees, our teachers, our staff, our administrators, and we need to involve CEA a great deal, and it will be a lot of work, and it's going to be over a long period of time. But that's what we all signed up for as board members, and I think I feel good that we're going to be able to start work on this next week, and figure out path forward to getting our hands on this and taking the necessary steps. I think that our students are the ones that are going to benefit. So thank you.
Absolutely. And, I've seen districts take this audit report from one extreme to the other. They do it for political reasons, so they put it up on the shelf and never to look at it again, or take it as y'all have. And I would tell my husband this afternoon, I've not audited a district that has taken this audit process, this seriously. Dr. Dixon came in to the district in February and took the entire day to talk with different groups of administrators. We had conversations. And now I'm having this conversation with you. She invited me to come back on the 14th. I can't make that. But I mean, I'm very, and I don't use this word lightly, I'm very impressed with the seriousness that the superintendent and the board is taking on, okay, this is what we're going to do. So what, now what? This is what we're going to do. So that's great to hear that you're all engaged and interested in moving forward.
Now we just have to actually do the work.
Yeah, do the work. But get in order, and those recommendations give you good springboards, good points to, okay, here's what you need to do first, do this secondly, get those in place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Brown. I believe Board Member Ragland, you had another question.
Thank you again, Dr. Stribling, and I did not know that you were not going to be able to join us on the 14th.
Maybe after today, I might have to change my plans. I don't know. I'll check on that. Maybe I can.
No pressure, man.
We've been so socially isolated. We have a little hunting cabin in East Texas that is literally in the sticks. We have no internet connection and we have very limited cell phone. And we had planned to leave there next Tuesday, leave here next Tuesday. I'm in Waco. I live in Waco, Texas. So I don't know. I'll have to talk with my husband about whether or not we might change it. It's kind of, he's a little crazy trying to stay home and keep from going crazy. But he's an outdoor person. But I'll check on that.
Well, you probably both deserve that time away. So please give strong consideration.
Thank you.
My question refers back to your comments on equity and the inequities throughout the district. A part of what I'd like to see, and even if you cannot join us on the 14th, any examples that you would be able to provide to us in advance that we could discuss would be helpful. Understanding that we do have a systemic inequity problem here in Columbus, and we've known this for quite some time, and we're addressing it through our policy review committee right now. We've had several discussions in and outside of that committee on what we'd like to see on the policy side moving forward. But my question is around your experience with other districts in other large cities where this issue has been addressed with the jarring ideas that it would take in order to move the ball forward immediately. And essentially what I'm saying is we currently have areas in town that are used to getting what they've always gotten, to the detriment of other areas in town, to the point where they are used to being the ones that always have everything that they have, everything that they need. And they're also used to not knowing what the others don't have. In us addressing these issues, there's going to be some very vocal social opposition, because to a lot of folks, that is a zero-sum game, right? To a lot of folks, you're giving to someone else what we have used to our advantage for quite some time. And my question to you is, are there examples of other school districts or cities? Because I think that this is not just a product of Columbus City Schools addressing inequities, but the city of Columbus and the greater Columbus area addressing inequities. And are there examples of cities, both large and small, that have done this with a level of effectiveness that it increased the productivity of everyone across the board? Because I do believe that those communities that right now have everything that they need to be successful can indeed improve by seeing some of the other areas that don't have get better as well. And so if you've got those examples, and you don't have to answer now, but if you have those, if you can submit those to Dr. Dixon and her team to give us some guideposts from which we can kind of launch our broader equity discussion, I think that would be very, very helpful.
Investigate that. You know, what you've described is that inequities have become acceptable. And the first step is you've got to educate You got to educate people that just what you said in the end, a rising, we learned a rising tide raises all ships. So it's not necessarily we're trying to take from you, but we're trying to distribute the resources. And I'm not just talking about financial resources. I'm talking about, and it's so surreptitious and it's unintentional. I think the superintendent's genius in establishing a position, and more I'm seeing, especially large districts, established person at the helm, this chief equity officer, to ride herd, and that kind of sounds that's a Texas term, I guess. It's kind of sounds negative, but what I mean is to pay attention to this. All of you are interested in it. Nobody intentionally promotes inequities or inequalities. It's just an insidious process, and before you know it, when you look at the data, but if you've got somebody inquiring and looking at data, looking at policies, looking at practices, it's typically in practices. It's not written down anywhere that you're going to create inequities or whatever. Yeah. So basically, there's some fundamental things that I know, and we've included these that you do, but let me check to see some of the other leads about districts, large districts who have made a difference in this, and how they approach this equity issue between and among parts of the community.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Adair.
Thank you, Board Member Ragland. And actually, your point about that kind of systematic inequity in Columbus is something that I believe the entire city is looking at and wants to work on. I know we have Director Smito from the city of Columbus too. The mayor speaks about it. I think it's something that the city is ready to work on. So I think those points are valid, and thinking about that as a holistic kind of government structure system moving forward to address some of that is something that is important. So thank you for that point. I don't believe there's any more questions for you right now. We do maybe hope you can join us and help us kind of talk through some more of this next week. But thank you so much for your report, and thank you all for your insightful questions and your promise to work hard, because each of us has made that promise as being your elected officials, and we really want to see our district improve. So, and thank you to the superintendent for convening this.
Thank you. I know the one last statement I want to make is, again, thank you all for just listening. And I know we can move this work. We will move this work forward. We have the right people in the right positions to do this. We're going to ask Roseanne if she would work with us for the next 12 to 18 months, and we need some guidance. If it's not her, maybe someone else on the team to guide us through this work, and we can do this work together, and it has to be a part of the organization in order for it to be implemented with fidelity. So this was, I'm glad we did it. I'm glad you supported us move in this direction, and all your comments were spot on. But the real work starts next week when we meet and we decide how we're going to approach this work, but understanding that this work, if it's approached appropriately, it changes the culture. It changes everything that we do, and it changes who we are and who we focus on. So I'm excited, and thank you again, Roseanne, and we look forward to hearing from you about some next steps.
Okay, well, thank you for having me, and good luck.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So at this point, I would like to turn it over to our Chief of Accountability, Dr. Michelle Klein, and she's going to provide an update of our fourth quarter grading policy and also show you how our virtual enrollment process is working. So Dr. Klein.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon, and members of the Board of Education. Dr. Chapmans, Dr. Ocasio, Dr. Roush, and I have one additional grading guidance option for your consideration and a clarification of a component to our modified Board of Education 5421 as it pertains to this school year only. In light of the ordered school building closures, our transition to the online academy model for instruction, stakeholder input from parents, teachers, students, suburban and urban counterparts, we would like to submit an additional consideration. As educators, we understand the need for both differentiation of instruction and evaluation to meet the needs of all learners. In review of that guidance and in reaction to grading policy decisions changed by neighboring and similar local education agencies, an additional consideration is being asked. This consideration would allow a student that is earning an A, A-, B+, B, or B- in the fourth quarter grading period to elect to receive that grade in place of the previously approved P for pass or I for incomplete. Making such an election would allow the student's quarter 4 grade to be considered in the quality points calculation for the final grade for that respective course. This decision would have to be communicated from the student via email to their teachers and principals' district email accounts by May 11th, 2020 by 2:30 p.m. for each class that they wish to apply this option. We believe that this option would acknowledge the hard work and resilience of many of our students without causing any undue hardships for those who continue to suffer the digital divide. We have also confirmed with our student information management system, Infinite Campus, that based on the board decision, that the final grade for secondary students would be automatically calculated by the average of quarter 1, 2, and 3 percentile grades. As has been in the past, we have a support tool for quality points. This calculation tool will provide for teachers whether the quality points final grade will be higher than the calculated percentile grade and allow for the teacher to override the final grade for all affected students at a single time, thus giving the student the higher of the 2 grades. Additionally, if the Board of Education elects to allow a student to earn a letter grade of an A, A-, B+, B, or B- for the fourth quarter in place of the P for pass, the composite grading logic will recognize the letter grade for fourth quarter and modify the divisor to allow the final grade to be calculated based upon all 4 quarters. In accordance with the previous adoption, the suspension of a portion of Board of Education Policy 5421 due to our unique year, we wish to clarify that the fourth quarter grade of a P for pass would count as one of the 2 quarters required for passage of a course. To Board Member Cole's question, academic grade changes are part of our administrative guidelines and are permissible during any academic current school year based upon completion of work aligned with the curriculum scope and sequence of that respective quarter and course. These are all completed through the Columbus City Schools distributed application software, known as the CCS DAS, so that they are properly documented according to the internal auditor. Academic grade changes are permitted throughout each academic school year by the teacher of record. Academic grade changes that span beyond the current academic year must be documented by a teacher, counselor, and approved by the principal, area superintendent, and the chief accountability officer. Upon your approval of this additional guidance, Dr. Chapman will be communicating this information in detail to all building principals and teachers for immediate distribution. And finally, in closing, we feel that our previous guidance, along with this addition, meets the needs of all students. Our goal remains to ensure the rigor while providing grace. Dr. Ocasio, Dr. Roush, and I would be most happy to answer any questions the Board of Education may have.
Thank you. I believe Board Member Cole has a question.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. Why is there an opportunity to make the time limit longer for a student to be able to provide information on whether or not they can opt out of this incomplete or pass option? the rationale is, and I certainly like to get an idea, a deeper idea of your rationale around the May 11th date, but
Absolutely.
and what your drivers are for that. But
Sure.
at the end of the day, I think the challenge is that getting this information out to principals. So how quickly do we turn this around to principals, and then principals subsequently turn this around to their teaching staff? I think that there's a considerable lag time there. And not for anyone being lackadaisical, just in terms of how information is transmitted. So my concern is that not enough students may capture notice of this information in advance enough time to be able to make a decision. So can you share with me what the drivers are for the May 11th date? And is it at all possible, because I think it's important, to extend that date a little further out? Thank you.
President Adair, to Board Member Cole, thank you so much for the question. That question was actually just asked a couple days ago, and there was nothing magical about that May 11th date, but we felt that sufficient time and commitment in the face of this adversity needed to be given for the academic integrity of letter grades, and in some cases, weighted grades. This allows both students and teachers to have enough processing time while still being cognizant to our senior students and their graduation timeframes. Remember, our first planned ceremony was May 27th. And so when you look at the time between May 1st and May 27th, we kind of took the middle of it. But to answer your question completely, Board Member Cole, that does not have to be the date. We just wanted to make sure that we've given it sufficient time.
Thank you. I know that now COVID has changed our timeline for graduation. I do know that graduation date finalization, and to that effect, Madam President, Madam Superintendent, I would love it if you gave us some sort of timeline, very specific, on at least when you plan to have a hard line date for graduation. But all that being stated, I'd like to see this time, Madam President, Madam Superintendent, extended for the sake of making sure that enough students are informed in advance enough time to be able to take advantage of this opportunity. I thank you again so much.
Sorry. Thank you, Board Member Cole. Board Member Beckerly.
I just want to thank you very much, Dr. Klein, Dr. Dixon, and the rest of the team. This has all been so hard, and there's just been so much, and you have done so much and worked so hard. And I know that it's a huge process. I think this is a wonderful solution. It addresses my concerns. And I really appreciate your willingness to listen and to be flexible. And I would like to ask the community and the rest of the, both the external community and our within the district community to be patient, because this is all taking time, and this is a huge crisis we're in. And, you know, the timing was going to be scrambled, not scrambled, but the timing was going to be tight. And we were going to, you know, we just have to be patient and work with each other. I appreciate all of your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Beckerly. Vice President Reyes.
Thank you, President Adair. Thank you, Dr. Klein. I was kind of along the same lines. I appreciate the flexibility of the district and making sure that we are looking what is best practice, right? So we have to put kind of best practices in quotes, because we're all learning. This is something that's completely new to in all districts around really the world. So I really appreciate making sure that we are getting feedback from everybody that this impacts. I also appreciate that you have somewhat of a deadline, but as you've stated, and as we are experiencing COVID, there is a need for flexibility, and that continued flexibility. I think what we've heard from the community is they want some deadlines. They want to know, when is this due? When is that due? When So having an initial deadline, I think is good. And perhaps making sure that by that deadline, we throw and cast the biggest net that we can possibly do from a communications perspective to ensure as many students get this information. There are Facebook pages of sponsor, Adopt a Senior. There are, our kids have created their own school web pages. Our principals are engaged. Our students have IDs and they have their own emails. So to that point, I think getting that information out and utilizing that date, not only for them to get back to the district, but perhaps for us to get the message out and then have some flexibility, knowing full well that we understand that the communication may not reach all. I think the biggest issue that we have and we're concerned and we're addressing as a district is who's got connectivity, who doesn't have connectivity, who are we getting to, that whole issue of that we just finished talking about equity. But at the same time, we got to do our best with what we got to ensure that we get to the 2,300, I believe, Dr. Dixon, 2,300, 2,400 seniors that we have out there. I know that our teachers are engaged with them. They're keeping in contact with them. I know that our social workers are engaged with them. There are fraternities and sororities that are recruiting them. There are, so we need to make sure that we get that net out. So I like the concept of possibly keeping that deadline from a communication perspective and seeing who we got there with understanding that there's going to be some flexibility. And maybe by the next meeting, we can get another date. But to your point, I think we need to ensure that we're getting the grades in depending on ODE standards or anything that like that may be impacted. Maybe that's my question is if as you explore and look at when these grades have to be in, and I'm going to assume that other entities outside of us, ODE and all these other places that we have to do reporting are also going to have some flexible standards and dates. You're on mute, Dr. Klein.
Board President Adair to Vice President Reyes's question. As far as deadlines for ODE, the deadline is not by the time we end school. It is actually after that we report final grades. So if the board's pleasure is to change that date, my recommendation would be that we go with the 18th. I do want you to know that we worked together with our CEA President John Coniglio and Vice President Phil Hayes to establish these timeframes. So I would like the courtesy of speaking with them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Superintendent?
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to chime in about graduation, just to reiterate again. One of the barriers we confronted recently is that we don't have cap and gowns have not all been delivered to our students. So, those companies were closed. They're not considered essential workers. So we still have that delay. So only 7 of our high schools have their students have their cap and gowns at this point. The committee is still working on a blended model of graduation, what that will look like. The logistics are large for a district our size. And making sure, for example, that we have enough camera crews who can be at each location as we have, if we adhere to those guidelines of 10 students and their families at a time coming in for pictures. So the team is working on it. They share with me that we hope to have a date we want a virtual date. So there's a date for the virtual graduation, but there's also a date for when the process or the marching and giving of the diploma and taking pictures will happen at the individual school. So I know everybody's eager for a date, but logistics and making sure our students have what they need is very important. If you want, I could give dates today, but it would mean a lot of schools wouldn't have cap and gowns. But because of the caps and gowns and making sure we have diplomas, it's just have pushed our timeline back further than I even want to, and certainly our staff and our principals, because we understand that parents and students want to know, but we want to make sure that they have what they need before we move forward those dates. So just asking for a little more time. Hopefully by the end of this week and next week, we will have those answers. In the meantime, we also have a organization that reached out to us today that wants to offer some financial support for something for seniors. So as to your point, people are reaching out and want to honor our seniors in very different ways, and we're excited about that. And so they were working with that committee, and Alicia serves on that committee. Dr. Chapman's lead, and she's not here tonight. But again, a lot of people are working. A lot of people want to help us honor our seniors in a very special way. And our students are a big part of that too. And just a little more time. And as soon as I get those answers, I'll make sure we communicate that out appropriately. Okay, Dr. Klein, you want to go to the next piece? Are we okay with it? Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. So during the April 7th Board of Education meeting, we had shared with you that the district began offering virtual enrollment appointments. So when Dr. Stripling was talking about, so what, now what, I wanted to share with you the exciting news we have with virtual enrollments. We want to show you and update you as to how these meetings are actually going, as well as provide you an opportunity to be a special guest to one of the appointments provided by one of our enrollment specialists. Enrollment specialists meet with parents to complete their virtual enrollment appointments from the comfort and safety of their own home. An immediate automated email and text message is sent at the time the appointment is initiated. This is done through our online scheduling and queuing system called QList, as seen here in the example on the right. Each family receives an additional email and calendar invite prior to their scheduled appointment directly from the enrollment specialist who will be serving them. The email is personalized and provides detailed information to the parent on how to prepare for their virtual enrollment appointment and what to expect during the scheduled meeting. Brianna Irving, one of our many talented customer service friendly enrollment specialists, is seen here assisting a pre-K parent enrolling their student in Columbus City Schools. With the parent's permission, of course, we're going to take you behind the scenes to see just how one of these appointments really work.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you sent me over everything that I needed. It makes the process a lot easier. So I have birth certificate, and by the way, my name is Brianna. I'm your enrollment specialist. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. So I have the birth certificate, your ID, income verification for you and your husband, and your proof of address, along with the immunization record. So thank you so much, because it makes it so much easier.
Enrollment specialists go over demographic information, household information, relationships, enrollments, and required documentation. The enrollment specialist will make any necessary changes to the student's record by verifying each piece of information with the parent. Enrollment specialists share their enrollment screens with the parents for additional verification of accuracy, as you can see here. Additionally, detailed household information is completed and verified with parents during the actual appointment. Parent portal access is a vital resource for parents, which helps them to keep track of their students' academic progress, graduation status, and attendance. It is especially important during the COVID-19 crisis, as it keeps students, parents, and educators engaged in the education process throughout the remainder of this school year and beyond. The enrollment specialists ensure that parents have the ability to gain access to their parent portal from the very first day of their student's educational career with Columbus City Schools. A parent portal access letter is emailed to each legal guardian present during the enrollment appointment. As each parent has their own unique access code, enrollment specialists only provide the parent portal access letter to the legal guardian who is enrolling their student at the time of the appointment. If there is another legal guardian in the household who wishes to have parent portal set up, this can be easily done at a later time. It's important that each parent feels that their questions were answered thoroughly, as well as felt respected and served promptly during our every enrollment appointment. To ensure quality customer service, parents actually receive an automated survey through our QList scheduling and queuing system seen above to rate the service they received and provide additional feedback for us. So far, there's been an overwhelmingly positive response from parents who have utilized the virtual enrollment platform. Families have shared that they truly appreciate the care and professionalism shown to them during these meetings. Our virtual enrollments currently have a 98% satisfaction rating from our parents for enrolling their children as fast and as easy as possible. Although we are working to achieve a satisfaction rate of 100%, we know that we are offering our families an exemplar service in an efficient and friendly manner. Since we've started the virtual enrollments, we are just over 650 new enrollments for both the 2019-20 and 2021 school years. Part of our enrollment specialist new training included a SWOT analysis. We have gained feedback from staff on how they feel the process is going, how to move forward with the designation of duties once we are back, and offer both in-person and virtual enrollment appointments. Let's listen in as Enrollment Specialist Premier Brianna Irving finishes up this enrollment.
And Mom, did you have any questions for me while I'm going through everything?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right, well, let me see. That's pretty much it. If you don't have any questions, like I said, I'm gonna forward you that information and put in your application and just wait to hear something back.
Okay, great. Well,
Okay.
thank you very much.
You're welcome, and stay safe.
I would be very proud to answer any questions at this time about our virtual enrollment process.
Does Board Member Beckler, is that your hand up? Yes, okay.
This is just fabulous. Beyond great. It's so exciting. I can tell you're excited too.
Well, we
I'm
took
thrilled.
the information that we were presented with. We had toyed about this and talked about it for 6 months to 8 months before, not knowing COVID-19 was coming. And honestly, our supervisor Michael Taylor and Director Tanya Freeman just went wild with it. And I'm like, well, you know what? If we're ever going to do it, now's the perfect time. Let's go for it. And within less than a week, they were operationalized, and every enrollment specialist is participating and loving it.
Bravo. And to our concern over equity, this is huge, because I know firsthand that our parents getting to central enrollment is a challenge.
Right.
And it's also providing an opportunity to establish a connection with a parent that's positive right away.
Right. And they're using their phones and they can do this. So
Yes. No. This is really, really, I'm on multiple levels. I'm thrilled. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Board Member Vice President Reyes.
Hi, Dr. Klein. Yes, I agree. I like it. We actually, in my job, we are just going to virtual ESL classes. But because of that, we are experiencing some difficulties in teaching our parents how to utilize this new medium. So of course, I'm going to ask the language question. So how are we ensuring that our parents know that when they call or they're signing up, it's in the language that they need help on?
Sure. Thank you. So Board President Adair to Vice President Reyes's question, we are so fortunate, Board Member Reyes, that we have VocaLink. So we use VocaLink to do any transcribing for us, and they actually come online with us, and you can see them and they can see the enrollment specialist and the parent. And sometimes just the fact that someone can see someone else speaking in that language makes them feel so much more comfortable. So we're thrilled that we have that VocaLink option that we use quite often.
Perfect. And Dr. Klein, when we are letting the community know that this is available, will we be advertising not only in a written form, but possibly some YouTube videos or some interactive media? That's another thing as we're looking at COVID, and I've sat in a couple of immigrant and refugee panels. We've talked about the difficulty of some of our communities' reading ability and access to some of that. And we have found that many of the organizations have found that recording the message in the native tongue has been very beneficial. Is that something that we have the capability and possibility able to do?
President Adair, to Vice President Reyes's question, absolutely. We haven't done that yet, but that's just like the next step. So thank you for the suggestion. And we do have VocaLink, so we could easily do that and make a recording of it. And I'm sure Paul Brown would help us out because he's the world's best media producer.
And that's perfect. I think also don't forget we have through our engagement office, we have a lot of great partners, ETTS, Chris, us together, that are not only partners, but they are members in our community that would probably love to record a message, or maybe one of our parents would love to record a message and say, this is what I did. I encourage you to do that. So I think we have a lot of great possibilities right now, especially since we can probably record them from home and don't have to try to see how to calendar them. So thank you.
Thank you for the ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you so much, Dr. Klein. Turning it back to you, Dr. Dixon.
Yep, that's it for my superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon. We will move on to item 6, which is report from the Internal Auditor's Office. We have Mr. O'Connor here standing in for our internal auditor. Is your report tonight?
Madam Chair, there's no report from OIA tonight. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much. We will now move down to item 8, which is board matters. The first matter we will look at is 8.1, a resolution to urge Congress to approve additional federal funding for education. Is there a motion for this resolution?
So moved, Madam President.
Second.
Okay, I will ask Board Member Cole, who is the chair of the Finance Committee, to offer us some comments about this resolution.
First and foremost, thank you for the opportunity to present this to the board. This is largely born of the relationship that we have not only with our local congressional folks who represent us in Congress on Capitol Hill, but also with the Council of Great City Schools. Because of the length of this resolution, I will read the first whereas and the last 3 whereas and the therefore. All right. Again, this is a resolution to urge Congress to approve additional funding, federal funding for education. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic is a monumental and unprecedented challenge, emerging quickly and demanding an immediate overhaul of the instructional plans and strategies of school systems across the country. And whereas, I'm just scrolling down, forgive me. Whereas the Council of Great City Schools, the National Education Association, the American Federation of Teachers, the National School Boards Association, and American Association of School Administrators, and the National Parent Teachers Association, and others have called for some $200 billion in relief for the nation's public schools. And whereas this level of funding is the minimum needed by the nation's urban public schools to sustain and accelerate their academic achievement trends over the past decade, including gains in reading and math achievement that outpace national average. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Columbus City Schools Board of Education calls on its congressional delegation, including our United States senators and House of Representatives members to advocate for and approve additional federal education funding for our nation's public urban schools. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Are there any board comments, discussions, questions? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Treasurer, please call the roll.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Cole,
Vehemently yes.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
President Adair,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you. The next resolution is 8.2, resolution to replace attachment C to the amended plan for completion of instructional days via web access.
I move approval.
Is there a,
I motion to bring it to the floor.
okay, so we have a motion and a second. We do need some discussion on this per the discussion we just had with Dr. Klein. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Pierce right now for comment and then to talk about maybe a possible amendment.
Awesome. Thank you, President Adair. Dr. Klein, I want to thank you. Last board meeting, when we had this conversation about our proposed grading policy, I asked a very specific question related to how the policy ensured that our students were competitive with their peers from other districts. And so I joined my other board members in saying thank you and that I appreciate your due diligence in going back and looking at this policy and providing us with the differentiation and really the acknowledgement that we need for our students, again, who are working really hard for those grades this fourth quarter, but also acknowledging that we do have a clear digital divide in our community. So I thank you for crafting a policy that acknowledges that. At this point, I would also like to offer an amendment to 8.2 due to our discussion of dates. I would like to amend that it be further resolved that the date and time students are required to inform their teachers and building principals as outlined in attachment C be further amended to May 18th, which is to be determined jointly by the superintendent and the Columbus Education Association.
I will accept that amendment as part of my motion.
Can we have Dr. Roush come up, please? And can you put it on the screen so that we can see?
I can do so.
Is there discussion on that as we bring it up? Dr. Roush is going to show us what it says. And I think that Tina actually said something a little different here.
I did. So in Dr. Klein's presentation, she said the furthest point would be May 18th. Dr. Roush, will we be able to parenthesize that date as our preferenced date? But again, giving them the flexibility to determine, again, a joint date a little later than May 11th. And Dr. Klein, please step in if I heard that date of May 18th as incorrect.
No, Board Member Pierce, you are correct. The date that we agreed to with the Columbus Education Association, President Coniglio and President Hayes, was May 11th. What I'm saying is I am more than willing to go back and speak with them and make the recommendation to change that. The date was not significant in nature. The date was just specifically specified so that we could have a conclusion and a student and a teacher could have that joint decision, because as you know, our first graduation was due to be the 27th. And so we wanted to make sure there was adequate time. But honestly, now that date is obviously going to be pushed out. So the date is of less significance.
Okay, well then we can definitely strike May 18th as that date is less significant and leave it open to a date to be determined jointly by the superintendent and the Columbus Education Association.
Dr. Pierce, will you read what's on the screen and make sure that that is?
Yes, I will. Be it further
The-
resolved that the date and time students are required to inform their teachers and building principal as outlined in revised attachment C be further amended to a date to be determined jointly by the superintendent and the Columbus Education Association.
And just to clarify, I am accepting the amendment as written on the screen and offering that as my motion.
Stan, it looks like you have some, I don't think we can do that.
Yeah, I appreciate the concept of a friendly amendment, but Dr. Pierce, I believe, actually made a motion.
She needs a second.
It has not yet been seconded. It would formally be better to just amend the motion and then go back and.
Fine, whatever. I'm happy to
I just
second her. I'm happy to second her motion to amend.
Then you need roll call, right?
Right. So you've got a motion on the floor to amend the original motion as it was just read and shows on your screen in red. This is just to amend it.
Yep.
Okay.
Dr. Pierce and to President Adair, I just had confirmation from the president of our CEA that he is perfectly acceptable with May 18th, and that may work better just to finish this all up.
Yes.
There you go.
Called teamwork.
Technology.
All right.
So
Okay, so then does Tina have to, Dr. Pierce
Change
have
her.
to change the language.
We will have to rechange the language and open it for discussion again. Hopefully there is none.
We had a motion, you had a second on that.
So President has to call the roll.
Withdraw it. Don't we have to withdraw it?
No, call for the roll.
Well, you
President Adair, I
No,
think you have two
Call roll.
choices. You have two choices. You can, and Eric, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the maker of the motion owns the motion.
correct.
They have the option to withdraw that motion.
So she could withdraw the motion and then put in a new motion that reads
Correct.
as such.
Or you vote on this and you vote it down and then you start all over with an amendment. So
I would prefer to withdraw the motion of be it further resolved that the date and time students are required to inform their teachers and building principal as outlined in revised attachment C be further amendment to a date as determined by our superintendent, building principals, and Columbus Education Association to an amendment which now reads, to be it further resolved that the date and time students are required to inform their teachers and building principal as outlined in revised attachment C be further amended to May 18th, 2020.
Is there a second to that amendment?
And I will second it in this form. And just as an aside, expressing my continuing dislike for Robert's rules.
Oh, thank you, Board Member Brown. Will you please call the roll to approve the amendment?
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Cole,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
President Adair,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly.
Yes.
The amendment passes.
Now we need a motion to approve 8.2 as a no.
No, you have it. You've already got it. It's back on the floor. It's back before you as amended. Moved by Board Member Brown and seconded by Vice President Reyes.
So then we need the roll though.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You ready? Mr. Cole,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
President Adair,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
The motion as amended carries.
President Adair, could I just, for 1 second, ask that my question be acknowledged from earlier this evening that I have for Dr. Klein related to this policy?
Yes, that's my fault. I did not recognize you in discussion. We just got straight into that amendment stuff. So go ahead.
It's okay. Dr. Klein, I just want to provide you with an opportunity to speak to the restoration of the eye. We have a number of student athletes that are watching this policy very closely. So if you could just take a moment to explain how, again, our student athletes will restore their eyes under this policy, I would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Board President Adair. To Board Member Pierce, to her question, it is actually very simple. We have a tool through the Columbus CCS DAS called the Academic Grade Change. What will happen is on May 28th, grades will close. And if a student does not get a P and they do not elect to get academic grades under your new provision, then they would get an I. And so that I will remain there until they complete their academic work. And the teacher of record would make a decision to change that grade through the process of an academic grade change. The only provision in this amendment to change an I is to change it to a P, which does include athletic eligibility as confirmed by Dr. Vince Clarno and Dr. Roush, and they know a little bit more about the Ohio High School Athletic Association rules than I do, but I can tell you that it would count as one of their 5 passing grades. And that could be done anytime between May 28th and September 15th. The automatic last date, according to the policy we put into effect at the last board meeting, would be September 15th. They would have up and to change that I into a P. This is all based, obviously, on completing curricular work that is part of their course of study as determined by their teacher of record. Now, I do want to specify that from time to time, we do get teachers that leave the district. And we did talk to our CEA partners with regard to this. And we will have, methods and ways for students whose teacher of record may leave the district, that there was an MOU that was devised. Myra Wright and John Dean worked on that particular MOU so that those students will still be given a chance to complete their work and it will still be graded appropriately. And the record would be changed to a P if it was appropriate. Now, that doesn't mean that if someone truly didn't do the work, it's just going to get changed because they want it to. They have to complete the work satisfactorily for the teacher of record to make that change.
Thank you so much, Dr. Klein. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And that process was approved by our internal auditor and auditor of state in years past.
Thank you so much, Dr. Klein. Okay, we will move now into item 9, which is the consent agenda. Board members, you may request any item be removed from the consent agenda by majority vote. Is there any item that needs to be removed that you'd like to ask for removal? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, which is items 10.1 to 24.1? There's motion by Reyes, second by Cole.
Yes.
That's what I got.
Any discussion or comments about any items in the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Treasurer, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Pierce?
Yes.
Mr. Ragland?
Yes.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
President Adair?
Yes, with the exception of 19.4 and 20.1, of which I abstain.
Thank you. Ms. Beckerly?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Cole?
Yes.
The consent agenda passes.
Thank you so much. We are now down into item 25. Does the board have any announcements this evening? Looks like we're all talked out, so that's good. All right.
I do have a brief announcement.
Go ahead, Board Member Brown.
Thank you. I couldn't let this date go by without a reference to the events of 50 years ago. Most of you, my colleagues on the board, clearly don't remember that, but you've read about it, heard about it. And that was the shootings 50 years ago yesterday at Kent State, where 4 students were killed and 9 more were shot, as well as the 50-year anniversary of shootings at Jackson State, which happened, the 50-year anniversary is a week from Friday, where 2 students were shot and 12 others, 2 students were killed and 12 others were shot. All of this was while protesting the Vietnam War, and it's important that we remember the lessons of those events, that we remember those 6 students, young people, who were killed, as well as all the rest. I think that the nation has learned a great lesson from all of that. I don't know that these 6 students' deaths are not remembered or minimized. I think that they're all incredibly important. And I would ask just, I guess, a moment of silence to pay our respects to what they did in helping to teach us about First Amendment rights, especially on student campuses. Those 6 are Allison Krauss, Jeff Miller, Sandy Schuer, Bill Schroeder at Kent, and Philip Gibbs and James Earl Green at Jackson State. In just a moment. Thank you all.
Thank you, Board Member Brown. Any last comments? Okay, then we have no executive session this evening, so I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Stan, you're on mute.
Sorry. Mr. Ragland.
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
President Adair,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Nicole,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you, and everyone have a good night and be safe.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Scott Wortman.